Hello everyone, I'm PCJLaw from twitch.tv/PCJLaw and welcome to today's stream. In today's stream, we are playing as Babylon and we're going to be attempting a tourism victory. So Babylon is an incredibly good civ, probably second best, third best civ in the game, something like that, but clearly they are part of the absolute top tier. And it is almost 100% because of this ability right here, Ingenuity, where you receive a free Great Scientist when you discover writing, and you earn Great Scientists 50% faster. That's an unreal ability. A free Great Scientist when you discover writing, earn Great Scientist 50% faster. It's huge. I think that's the best thing to talk about. It's just a huge ability. It's a ton of science, the early game scientist, and 50% faster scientist generation. It's pretty unreal. We're on Pangea map, small map size, deity difficulty, and quick game pace. It's a standard Pangea. Strategic balance. Babylon does also have a couple of other things going for it. It's got the Walls of Babylon, which are actually great. It's just that Walls of Babylon only help you when you're actually already in a war, which is not a problem, but the idea on deity difficulty is to not even be in that war to start with. So it's a good building if you do actually end up in war, but if at all possible, you should be trying hard to not be at war. And then Babylon has this unit here. It's the Bowman. The Bowman is actually an incredible unit. It's an archer replacement. It's stronger. It's truly incredible. Babylon archer rushes are a thing. They are very, very powerful. But because we're on tourism attempt today, we're probably not going to use them. But Babylonian archers come highly recommended by me. Looking at this start, this looks quite... it looks quite good. There's plenty of food here, I guess is what I would say. We've got the cattle, the banana, and the citrus to start. We've also got a fish down here. So we already know we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 plus food tiles. Sadly, that might be all we've got. But looking at this, I really would quite like to move up onto the hill. Otherwise, our starting production is going to be quite bad. So let's do that, and we'll start on the hill turn 1. Unless I see anything with this warrior right now that tells me to move back down, which I don't. So here we go. We will found Babylon. We will lock in a 2 food tile and grab ourselves a scout to start. And we'll go for pottery. I don't really know what we're going to do yet, but desert folklore could be a thing here. And if it is, we want to make sure that we've got a shrine. Just wanted to get a better view of this coastline before moving on. There's a city-state up here. That's really bad. Because it's going to be really tough for us to fit a city in here now. And we can buy a cattle tile immediately, so we're working our 3 food tile. We just can't fit a city in down here. So we're not going to be able to get anything to the west of Babylon, which sucks. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Veg says only 1 tile for desert folklore, though. Yeah, I know. When I was looking at desert folklore, I was thinking about it in terms of... I saw this desert to the west. If it turns out that we can get a city in there, then we would want desert folklore and to plant our expansion in there. As it happens, there isn't. So, we won't be doing it. But I wanted to do it just in case it came up. And sadly, it didn't. Got another citizen, lock in the 2 food tile, but if we can get another little bit of gold, we will try and buy this cattle as well. With all of this 3 food, we should probably attempt to grow... Ragusa, hello. We should probably attempt to grow to pop 4 before starting settlers. I'm going to buy this banana because we're already border growing to this cattle, whereas the banana doesn't seem to have the same priority on it. As for what we do here, I think we need to go worker now. I feel like a worker would be a good choice. Because a shrine clearly isn't going to be useful anymore. We don't have a faith pantheon, which sucks. And we won't be able to settle this desert. So there's no need to try and take desert folklore anymore. Oh, nice. We've got a 3 Lux capital. Spices, citrus, and wine. So we just need city spots, but we can get cities. So I think that, it's either a monument or a worker. And to be honest, I'm almost always going to take a worker in this scenario. So let's grab one. Ruin. Nice. So yeah, there's a cocoa behind here as well. We need to actually get this warrior back to the city. I'm not comfortable with the warrior being all the way around here with this barb camp right there. Let's grab this. Barb camps. There's definitely an expansion in here. I don't know if we want a canal yet. We'll have to see. If we have to canal, we'll have to give up the bison. But it will probably be worth it for a canal. Yeah, if we have to, we have to. Settling on the bison actually gets us a couple of extra resources if we were to do that. Another ruin up there. Let's come home with this, and we'll still Sidon's worker while we're on the way back. We've grown again. Lock in a little bit of food just for the moment, and then we'll keep growing. Want to grow us to population 4. We need to go down here and have a look, otherwise we won't know what to do. Ah, see, we definitely need a canal in here. We might actually be able to get away with not settling for the bison, though. The problem is that we have to get this citrus somehow. I guess with an inland expand if we do that. Oh, I missed the ruin. I meant to move out one and then grab the ruin, but I missed it. This worker's desperately needed. Veg says, don't make the same mistake I always make as Babylon. 1, forget to take writing, and 2, get your academy pillaged. Oh, yeah. I know, that's a very Babylon way, isn't it? Oh, there's even a horse here. That's great. Map ruin. Another ruin up here. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to settle a city out here. But I feel like an inland city right on the cocoa will be great. And then we could... Or even like the hill against this mountain if we want an observatory city. But going on the cocoa helps because it's a jungle luxury. And then we could even maybe get an inland city in over here too. For some more spices. And then... Apparently spices is the regional luxury here. I don't know. I think we might have some overlapping regionals. And then... We need to get an academy in here. Maybe right on the horse. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, an academy on the horse here is actually going to be fine. Because there's 3 fish. A deer. And then we got all of these 2-1 tiles that we can work. Paul joins the stream today. Says, hey, hello there. Veg says, yeah, you still do not tech writing. Well, I don't want to work the academy yet. Trapping, nice. Oh, there's a salt around here. Thank you, Sidon. No, we're not going to be able to multi-steal Sidon, so I'm just going to get out safe. I'll do that. Sidon's worker. Yeah, I don't want to be working the academy title right now. I mean, I guess we could put it on a cattle, but I mean, it would literally, as you were just telling us, it would genuinely get pillaged. Oh, there's some great land up here. We need a city in here as well. Like a city here, and then a city in here. And it's like double canal. How about that? Double canal. You'll plant on a hill, I will plant on the cattle. No, I want to plant on the cattle. Sorry, I might have misspoke if I accidentally said hill. I did mean to plant it. Ah, hello, Arabia. I did mean to say that I wanted to plant it on a cattle. But I don't want to be working the cattle while I'm building settlers. So, and I would be working a hill, but I don't want the academy on the hill long term. I mean, we're gonna have to do the best we can with our settler production. Settlers are a bit long. I mean, 8 turns isn't the worst thing in the world. Go bronze working to see if we can reveal some iron. Sadly, we can't get around here. This would be the perfect spot. Yeah, on iron would also be okay. Exactly, and I don't know where the iron is yet. If I knew, I'd do it. But we just don't really... I mean, this is definitely tradition land. We've got too much jungle to dare try liberty. So I'm just going to take tradition. We need to get rid of this barb archer. This camp is going to be a real scourge. I want to chop this down first of all. I'm going to queue the settler, and we're just going to hold the worker in here for a turn while we kill the barb. 13 culture, that's brilliant. We needed that. We could have done with it sooner, but it'll do now. All right. 10, 9, 10. Okay. Sounds good. And chop this down. Oh, thank you.
Is it big or small?
Oh, no.
Because I ordered a large one and a medium one, but they're same size. I think it's large.
No, I don't know. It feels large.
Yeah, I think I got 2 large ones.
Yeah, you got 2 large. Oh, right.
I paid for regular.
My girlfriend's just delivered me some bubble tea, so I'm pretty enthusiastic about it right now. We're just debating about bubble tea sizes. Let's see. Yeah, promising start, but a lot of barbarians. Good thing Babylon has a unique archer. Yeah, I know. I might have to go and build one. I'm thinking about building one. Like, it might even be that we need to stop doing bronze working right now and go for archery and then come back, because we might need. Thank you. Because we might need a an archer to get our cities in place. I was really hoping one of the scouts would upgrade to one, but they haven't. I mean, optics feels like what we need to get to go around here. This scout is nearly dead. We've already grown to the horse. Nice. Oh, what a shame. Got to come home now. And I would like to... I mean, I want to try and improve this horse, but I don't think we're going to manage it. Oh, we might, because it seems the Barb Archer's heading towards Sidon, which is what I was hoping for. With a barbarian camp right here, it's closer to these two city-states than it is to us. So we hope very much that it was going to go and head towards the city-states instead. So what do we need to do about cities? I do want one right on the Cocoa up here. So maybe that one goes down. I mean, I would like to get the coastal city down first. So maybe we try and get this horse city down first. And then we get a Cocoa city in. And then maybe we leave this area open and try and grab a city down here with optics. Like after we've got our Babylonian archer. Which means that we probably want to build an archer next in this city. Need to heal. So I'm going to start on a Bowman. And we're going to try and get this settler in position. And also we're going to try and not starve. So to not starve, we need to be working the cattle. Do this. And try and get ourselves a Bowman. We're actually going to the citrus, which we should be working instead, because that's gold. In fact, these tiles are more protected from barbs, so I'm going to go work those instead. Because we need a Bowman to try and take out this, and it's a long walk. I guess I could actually just do this now. That will give us a little bit more. No, it won't. Okay, that's fine. Let's go get... I want to go right on the Cocoa, because it's going to be very hard to get this improved unless we go right on the Cocoa. Where's this barbarian over here? He's up there. I want to try and get rid of the camp, but with the barbarian up there, we can't afford to do it yet. See, and the barbarian's here now, which is really annoying. And this worker, we can carry north. I did say I wanted to get this city down, didn't I? But we'll build the archer first. I mean, we have now, so... There we go. Oh, wow, that's our iron tile as well. That's brilliant. Very nice. So we can afford to go back to settlers. And I'm going to immediately take this Bowman out and try and clear the camp around here. And we need to move north with this. Just make sure to stand on our tiles so that we can get in there next turn. Yeah, iron in the capital. It's strategic balance, Twisted Gamer, so iron's guaranteed in the capital. Calendar next, because we need to start improving our luxuries. We haven't improved any yet. No, that's bad. There's a nice stone here as well, and a cattle up there that I didn't notice at the time. Where's this barbarian? He's still there. That's so annoying. Yeah, I really wish one of our scouts had upgraded into an archer, but it wasn't to be. All right, we can settle right on our Cocoa. That's going to make sure the luxuries immediately improve so we don't go unhappy. I totally should have taken a tradition policy, shouldn't I? I bet I've totally noobed that. My bad. And then let's get chopping. We've border grown to this fish. That's nice. Let's keep moving. Kinky Jimmy asks, are you waiting until after settlers before getting the great scientist? Yeah, I mean, I could plant one of the settlers now. It's just more a factor of, while I was building settlers, I didn't really want to plant the scientist down on any tile that... I didn't want to plant the scientist down on any tile that I wanted to be working to build settlers. I mean, I could have done it on the iron, but now we've actually already improved the iron. I don't feel that good about it anymore. That barb is not going anywhere. I mean, we're going to have a bit of trouble settling our regional here, but we are going to have like 3 copies of spices, which we'll have to do. Well, at least we've got the legalism monuments now. Is this barb gone? Oh, I want to try it. Let's see if we get shot by it. Well, we didn't get shot by it. We might be able to instant heal and go for it. We can clear this camp. Got production towards stuff in Akkad, and we need another settler. And now we can go for writing. It might be that this is our upgraded archer is going to be so good for dealing with these barbarians because it can go toe to toe with the archers and win. Gonna go start chopping this down for a moment, and we can take an instant heal on this thing now. See if we can get rid of this archer, because I do want to get rid of it. It's rather annoying being there. And I think I do want to settle a canal here. Just got to make sure we're not going to run into any barbarians, which we are not. Kill that. There's a warrior down here too, so we don't lose our warrior. Oh, that ruin's gone. What are we doing in Akkad? Oh, yeah, we're working stone. That's fine. Oh, the warrior is in danger. Is it going to die? Huh. Oh, that's a bit of a misplay of the warrior. Oof. Oh, well. I guess at least we've cleared that area of barbarians now. Survivalism on this scout. Well, we might have to grab another scout at some point, but that's fine. Mr. Bishop Man says tourism again, huh? Good luck. Thank you. What mod are you using for archers? Asked Fabizard. I'm not. This is the Babylonian unique archer. Oh, hey, we can give away this iron to Aaron al-Rashid, which I imagine has been going on for quite a long time and I haven't noticed. Yeah, the warrior is lost. Might actually need a scout or another bowman quickly. I'm actually going to bring this scout down because we might need it down there. Oh, I've walked into nothing good over there. This is going to be tough to clear this. Oh, there's my Babylonian scientist. Nearly got exposed to the warrior. We're done building settlers now. Quite a long time to grow. I mean, we could work the bananas and grow in 5 turns. I think we need a bowman to start, because we gotta get ourselves some military back. There's a lot of military that we have to handle around here, so we need to get a handle on it before we go anywhere. Which I'm guessing will be another bowman. In terms of luxury techs, we've got everything we need to improve all of our luxuries. Oh, we can't actually grow because we're about to go unhappy, because we never did get that luxury finished. And get ourselves a granary here. We're settled on this horse, which is quite nice, I guess. There we go. So this is how we're going to work it out here. Need to put this scientist down, but we can't afford to do it yet. I mean, we could have put it on a cattle, I guess, which might have been good. And we need to push towards optics because we've got some cities that really do rely on that. I think we can put it on a cattle. I think that's going to be fine. I'm going to take survivalism on all of these scouts. Our barb's going to spawn this turn. Hopefully not. I should be working a hill in Akkad until we get happy. We're happy. Good. We've already started improving this cattle, so I'm going to put the scientist right on this one. This is a great tile. There's a bowman. We can keep YOLO walking this. Now I can start duking it out with this archer. I've got to move this scout away. Let's check to make sure there aren't any barbs in here that could kill us, and there aren't. And now Babylon, we need a worker. This archer. I mean, we want to get scouts out to explore the world, so I want to use this archer to garrison this space. Sand of Rain, welcome to the stream. So super isolated land, ideal for tourism. Well, I guess. I mean, we're not going to be bothered by war, which is, I guess, what you mean. I really should be improving different tiles in there. We need to improve more luxuries. We can't get across the water to this wine yet. So I think we need to go back to get the spices. That's archer up there. We've already got 2 luxuries online. Can take tradition happiness because we're struggling with happiness. I'm going to back up and try and have a bit of it, duke it out a bit with that archer for the moment. Then in here, the granary is done, so we need to go build a worker. We need to start getting tiles improved in Akkad. Yeah, we got to back up here for the moment. I'm going to try and optic some workers across the ocean. This Bowman needs like an instant healer or a heal or something. Or probably this scout ahead as a blocker. But we can also start helping out with this archer down here. Have to see what shows up next. Need to meet some more AIs as well. We're very isolated. Kinky Jimmy asks, you're looking to plant your scientist on tiles you'll be working, right? Exactly. High food / production. Where else would you consider planting? Would you ever plant on a regional lux like salt and copper? No. So luxuries, you don't get the luxury connected if you... You don't actually get the luxury connected if you plant a scientist on it. So that is certainly not what I would do. The wheel philosophy, not sure. Korea, hello. Wants iron. So you're looking to plant on bonus resources, because bonus resources just get an extra. You can still go back and embark the settler. It's a good point. I have just done that actually. I assume that's what you're pointing to. But yeah, so like the luxury, you don't get the luxury connected if you plant it on the luxury. And most luxury tiles, they're better when you've improved them. Like with I don't know, with some of the bonus resource tiles, it tends to be a strong tile without having something planted on it. So planting something on it's okay. You know, bonus resource tiles are tiles that you're probably going to work even if you haven't improved the tile, because a 3 food cattle tile is perfectly fine to work even though we haven't improved the cattle. Whereas, say take a luxury tile. This is a good example. This citrus. Without an improvement, I mean, it's not really worth working even if you do have an improvement on it. But for a lot of tiles, even if you don't have an improvement, if you want to plant your things on tiles that you're going to work even if you haven't improved it, because you want to plant your great people on tiles that you actually want to work. And because the great person removes the tile improvement, it means that you want to plant great people on tiles that you're going to work without, that are good enough to work without improving them. And typically that's the tiles that have 3 yield of food and production, which are any bonus resource basically. And the only luxury resource that would count like that is the salt. But with salt, because when you improve it you get +1 food and +1 production, salt is so ridiculous you never want to plant on salt, which basically means you don't really ever want to plant on luxuries, because you don't ever get 3 yield of food and production when unimproved on a luxury, except for salt. But we've discussed that salt is not something you ever want to not improve for food and production. So you only want to plant on bonus resources because they're the only other tiles that you're always going to work. So that's why. But yeah, I mean, that's the point. Like, you're not always going to work a Lux tile, and I think that's the point. Yeah, Veg says, I sometimes plant on Luxury if I have many spares, but yeah, never on Salt. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's just, with the bonus resources, especially in the early game with this Babylonian thing, you know, you really are thinking about what it is you want, the tiles that you want to work anyway, without improving them. Those are the ones you want to plant on. I'm going to weight these off the coast. Oh, hello. That's a very deadly looking trireme. It's actually attacked our settler too. Alright, well, let's get the worker up here. And I guess the settler's going to have to join in here. We want to plant right on where the barb is. That's why I'm being so murky about it. I'm going to get another worker. That's going to bring our total workers up to 6, which is a good place to start in the early game. Now we can look for philosophy. See if we can meet any more AIs. We're very isolated, which isn't really a good thing. Because we don't have much trade. On the scout is not bad either. Yeah, I don't mind on the scout, but I would like to double canal if possible. And we can take accuracy, I guess, here. We can kill this now. And that's going to clear the barb camp for Ragusa. And then we can immediately settle here. And work the horse, because we're unhappy, and go granary. Border grown to some fish in Kuragauzi, which means we need a lighthouse ASAP. Need to buy this tile. We need to get the wine improved, which I'm going to do with this worker just as soon as we get across. And this is quite good, actually, because we have... What do we have? We have salt, wine, citrus, cocoa, and spices. So it's 5 luxuries. We don't have a lot of duplicates. So 5 luxuries on 4 cities makes sense. Barbs on Deity always love ruining your plans. They do. I know I don't need the canal there, but I like the canal here, Veg. I like the canal here. I know I don't need it, but I like it. I just realised I don't think I've adjusted any of these cities to reflect. There goes some religions. Heal here, unless I think I can kill that, which we don't. I couldn't shoot this, though. Go. Didn't let the man have his canal, exactly. As long as it's not root canal. Veg says, haha, not judging. I like canals too. I know. How often do you get to do a double canal game? You know? That's what I'm feeling right now. How often do you get to do a double canal game? The answer is not very. There's our granary. We need a lighthouse there for sure. Which means we need to start thinking about which city is going to build our cargo ships. I guess Babylon can do it. But we got this one annoying galley that's just in here right now. Tearing it up. But we can sort that. Okay. Well, we can cross the water here. And continue improving tiles. We're still unhappy. So we can't really do a lot. Which is fine. But I think we want to grab a cargo ship now. And in here, we built a worker. We might as well actually just get a second worker. And we can go up to 7 workers. And that should, with all the coastal tiles, we've got 7 workers should be enough. Babazard says Rip Scout. Yeah, it's being double shot. It did survive, though. I mean, a Scout with that much health, unless it gets actually hit, it tends to survive. Which it did, so lucky us. There goes Petra. And we can start growing Babylon now. 3 turns to grow sounds good. Necrosin asks, rename Nippur to not root canal. I mean, it could look like the root canal style thing, couldn't it? Alright. Not root canal. Oh no. I'm going to have to call it no root canal because we don't have enough space. Now that we're growing the city, we want to... I should be improving the salt, not this wine. But I'm kind of really keen to just start growing the city. This is annoying. And I guess we can push towards construction. So our early science is very fast because we are Babylon, which makes sense. Lol. Poor Arabian worker. So much space, it's a shame more cities would only detract from the tourism attempt. Yeah, like it's just all about pace through the mid-game now, isn't it, with the tourism attempt? Which we don't have, sadly. Need to improve maybe a couple more hills in the cap. We've got far too many workers around here, really. I think we need to start growing in here. This worker's going to have to wait for a moment. Not a root canal, also needs a lighthouse. Babylon grew, nice. Should we keep growing? Yeah, 5 turns to grow is okay. Landed elite to keep growing, cool. Unless it's like 1 turn for the cargo like that, which it isn't. Then I might have considered it. We could have done with more workers to no root canal. Which perhaps we'll do now. Oh, we just got masonry, that's nice. The hanging garden's gone. Yeah, it's gone. Oh, Alexander. Can't say I'm happy to see him, but alright. Citrus, spices, or cocoa? What are we going to get a duplicate of? Spices. Not citrus. I've somehow settled where none of my citruses. So I guess it's a duplicate spices. Might get a couple of duplicates of those throughout the game. So we trade gems for spices. Oh, you know what? No, we won't. We'll just trade gems for horse. Okay. Sure, Alex. Whatever you want. These barb archers are really painful. Yeah, rip city states, I know. So that got rid of. The Kuragaozu's grown again. Would really like this horse, so I'm going to buy it. It actually also needs this fish, so I'm going to buy that too. It's part of what's going to make this city so good. In Akkad. Probably need a little bit of a balance now. There's Athens right there. Oh. And Ragusa wants a trade route. That's almost worth doing because you get 2 food in the capital and 1 food in all of your expands. I'm almost tempted to send it a cargo. Which is probably worthwhile. Especially because it's happiness, but it's wine. But maritimes are quite good. A 5th city would be nice down here, but it's a bit hard to squeeze one in now. No route to canal. Cool. We need to work on the horse for a bit. And we've already got survivalism. Might as well take scouting next. There's actually furs down here. This barb camp's annoying, so we're going to go deal with that. Actually do just need a second cargo, don't we? So I'm going to send this from Der Kuragaozu. He's got a granary. So we'll send it from Der Kuragaozu. Akkad could work extra food. We might as well, actually. Babylon can grow in 1 if we found extra food, but there's no extra food available. We want this tile for the cap for sure. It's not got enough food otherwise. I feel like we can send the trade route to Ragusa in a minute. We don't have to make it this one. We can make it the next one. Yeah, there's a barb camp down here as well that needs taking care of. We've nearly got the lighthouse over there. It's maths. Yeah, Korea and Greece are interesting. Yeah, I mean, Greece is here, Korea's down here. That's kind of an interesting spot. It's right here between... There's already been denounced by Greece as Arabia. That's a curious spot to be in. And we can send this cargo to Babylon. That's going to allow us to continuously work our iron now. And probably the next production tile as well. Korea's already at war with Greece too, I see. So Greece wants war with everybody. Well, it's good for my bank. Good for my bank account. Okay, Kurogauzu's got some brilliant tiles available now. So we will work them all. And we'll go and see if we can improve our own horses. There's another worker. I want a library, but I feel like a circus first would be a good choice. In here, we have to go library. Yeah, because this city can grow to quite a lot of production. So circus, then library. And then we're just going to start libraries everywhere here. But this city's got a little bit to go. We've met 4 AIs. Want to try and build a road. I don't know where all the barbarians are out here, but we'll try and move around. That's a cattle. Babylon's about to grow. Good. Yeah, we might get a couple of spices here. Let's see what we can do about this barb archer. Bogota, hello. Yeah, lighthouse and onwards will be huge. Exactly. Like a couple of lighthouses in here they're really going to be big. Babylon grows. Work a little bit more production. Probably work a tiny bit of food here. That's going to get the cargo ships out faster. We can start trading spices for marble to Harun al-Rashid. It's a bit daring to run around here, but the AI's units have been going around, which I was banking on to keep us safe. We're going to be engineering really fast. The power of this Babylonian library, or great scientist academy. I don't really want to friend Harun al-Rashid, but he's not losing to Greece, so I guess we will. Can keep meeting city-states. And that's this salt improved. That's great, because not root canal is going to be really good with the salt. I'd like to get a lighthouse going in here, but I think by like allying Ragusa, that will be good enough. I really am YOLO walking this worker over. Fortunately, we're very protected with trade routes in here. It's only when barbs come down here that it'll be a problem. And if we send this trade route to Ragusa, I don't mind it getting pillaged by barbarians, because then we can send it to food to the rest of the empire. We can't actually reach Ragusa. Oh. Yeah. Rip. We can't actually reach Ragusa. Well, so much for that idea. Another city north after National College? Probably not. We need to make sure that we're going at a good pace from now. Because part of a tourism attempt, it kind of matters how fast you get to certain like landmarks. So I don't think we're going to settle any more cities. What we've got is probably just good enough. Go for a quick granary in our capital before going for the library. Unless we think that there's a wonder that we can go for. I mean, Oracle's still here. And it would be good, Oracle, as part of a tourism attempt. But I don't know. I don't know if we can spare time for it now. Ah, Sweden, hello. I don't know if we can spare... I know you actually want horses. That's good, because we need money.
Ah, välkommen. Mycket bra.
Nearly wanted all of our horses. Where does this cargo go? I guess it goes to Babylon. From no root canal. Just because we need a super strong capital if we're going to be trying for tourism. I would normally probably send that to an expansion, but given we're trying tourism, I'm very tempted to just make it. Drop this down. Given we're attempting tourism, I'm very tempted to keep growing the capital, even though I probably shouldn't be quite so big on it. When are we border growing to this tile? We need to make sure to get all of our civil service tiles going now. Send this worker back over there. Babylon's going to grow. See if we can get rid of whatever barb camp down here is causing us trouble. I like it though. I mean, it might well have been the wrong choice to. What's the? Yeah, it's like 20 range on cargoes or something, or 15. Yeah, we got a lot of room for more cities. I know this would have been an ideal, like, lots of city game, but you have to make compromises when you're doing tourism, and this is one of them. But it's perfectly fine for city tradition still. Need a lighthouse in here afterwards. And Sweden appears to have furs to trade, so we can't unfortunately trade anything. Because we're not going to get duplicates of anything else. But I'm just going to buy it with our spare gold. And then when we eventually will be able to trade it, we will. And here's the barbs that have been causing so many problems. They're so far away and yet so problematic. Oh. So Akkad. We can go library in 8 turns. Start chopping down things for civil service tiles around here. We did something for Sidon. Hopefully they start giving us some military. And Babylon is really growing. Complete the library now and go for a circus. It would have been nice. I mean, we nearly could have done workshops. We'll go in here because that's actually going to stop any more land military from spawning from this barb camp because there's no eligible spawn tile. No root canal is really bad. I feel like I could have done a much better job at growing it just by sending it a trade route. But I guess the capital's benefiting. But you can see, hopefully you start feeling why Babylon is actually a great choice for a tourism attempt. Because our science is going so fast, we're going to have the ability to go for all of the wonders that we want to. Whereas another civilization who is perhaps... Another Civ science wouldn't be anywhere near as good, which would prevent them from going for a lot of the world wonders. We can actually finish tradition in 5 turns. We're going to be in the medieval era in 5 turns, which is unreal. So like Babylon's science boost is really helpful for actually getting you the tech that you need to build all of the wonders that you have to for a tourism victory. Which is what a lot of Civs, yeah, half the time the wonder's gone before you even get there on Deity. Greek settler having a go at it. Out there. Yeah, 3 turns is good enough on that library. We need to build some other roads. And the cities keep growing, which is nice. Clear that barb camp, so that's dealt with. And then we're nearly ready to start National College. Again, it's a little bit late, but we had some other things it was really important to do in our cities. Can start work on let's grab a shrine. Let's at least get going on the whole religion thing. Well, we've got a couple of turns to wait. No root canal really did need another worker, didn't it? I feel like it's a bit of a mistake to have not given it another worker. Stand on Greece's road. Now we need to start building roads to other cities. Sadly, we're going to go all the way round the outside to build a road to Karagauzi, but we will. Yeah, you have another trade route open. Yes, I do. But I do want to start National College. I'll build the trade route in like Karagauzi probably, because I want to start National College in the cap in just a couple of turns. Start on a circus. Even though we're not going to finish a circus, we'll start on a circus. And then in here, we're just going to... We need to work this gold now because we need to keep working a little bit of food. And keep buying up civil service farms over there for Akkad. But we're just going to start on the circus there so that we can finish the circus right after National College. And one of our expansions will build the final trade route. Oh, Great Barrier Reef. Hello. Oh, where's the other Great Barrier? It's a shame we can't settle for it. That city is very bad. Germany, hello. Need to start improving some spices. And we're in for metal casting. Go for 10 turn National College, which is kind of slow. But we're growing into it, so we'll be okay. Let's see if we can get some of these roads connected. There's a library done. We need to go Colosseum next to stay happy. We're pushing happiness really quite hard, but our happiness is going to get eaten up a lot now that our cities are growing. We need probably markets into civil service now. An early workshop could be really good. It's like 5 turns here. So maybe we'll try it before we go for the national. I haven't done this in a while, but we're Babylon. Yeah, save the second part for quests and forget about it until satellites. Lol, yeah. I know. But yeah, it's like 20 or 15 turns for a cargo trade route. I forget how many it is in reality. Because, I mean, the thing is, really, a gifted catapult. Just gift it straight back to Sudan, I guess. Because, like, the thing about... The thing about trade routes and cities is, like, if you're settling a city... Why did this move back? If you're settling a city such that your trade route is going to be longer than, like, 15 tiles... That's a long way to go for planting a new city, you know? So I tend to not plant any of my cities near the limit of trade route distance for coastals. So that means that I don't generally tend to worry too much about what the maximum distance is, because I'm really trying hard not to settle a city too far away, because I don't like settling too far away as a rule of thumb. Baram joins the stream today. Says hello. Says, hey J Law, I see your stream is doing well. Welcome to the stream. And yeah, it's doing all right, I guess, right now. Hello, everybody who's here. Orica O says, nice. City-state quest for natural wonder is easy to do now by waiting to reveal the Great Barrier Reef. Exactly. That's actually a good point. I should not find it because it's only 1 happiness, and that is a great point. Wait for one of these natural wonder quests and do it then. Keep letting Babylon grow. We need to really grow Babylon hard in the early game because it's got no food. I mean, we need to get this mountain within our territory, which we're about to do. Marble down here. What do we do here? We're finally going to border grow to this banana in this city. I'd almost buy the banana, but I don't know if there's any other tiles we need to buy. Maybe the sheep? I don't know. We don't really need the banana there, so let's not worry about it. Pam says, I've been before, a couple months ago now. Yes, I do remember your name. Welcome back. Let's see. Do we keep growing here? Guess. We might be growing that city a little too hard right now. But I'd rather too hard than too little. Okay. They need to send these workers out to go and do more. Do more working. Nearly connected these cities up. Just heal this out here, actually. I'd like to go one tile closer to stop barbs spawning in there. And yeah, we can go and find... Because that's a great suggestion. We can go and find the Great Barrier Reef whenever we need it then. Yeah, time flies indeed. Oh, it was in March. Jeez. Well, I recognise your name, so...
drama but life?
You, I guess I remember your name all the way back from March, eh? Really? He wants more horse? Lol. Alright, well, we've got a spy. I don't like putting it in Bogota, but we need the culture, so I'm going to put it in Bogota. And then we'll just have to figure out a way of getting allies with Bogota later. Because it's hostile, spying in there is just so much less... EV plus is a poker word that I learned a little while ago. But basically, what I'm trying to say is... like... that you get more sort of... More closeness to ally... rig if you're doing it in a city-state that's not hostile, because you lose your influence in a hostile city-state faster. So I think generally rigging inside a hostile city-state is... we might lose influence faster than we gain it, but it's sort of... if we can like tick up quickly, it'll be okay. And we got this workshop now. So I'm just going to work the workshop slot straight away and try and get a great engineer in 23 turns. This is the reason why I went for the super early workshop, because as Babylon, we've already just generated a scientist. Whoa! Wait, what? No way! The scientist is free. What? I did not expect that. BC has been sending a cargo ship to a stream to boost it, lol. Farron, you must have been here when we were like 10 average viewers, 5 average viewers, so it's a long time, huh? But yeah, like, I did not know that. The Babylon Great Scientist is free? So, here's why I'm a bit dumbfounded. Almost everything in the game, when you get a free great person, it's almost always not free. That great person always sets back the counter for this type of great person that they are. Or in the case of a free great prophet, the free great prophets from, say you choose the Liberty Great Prophet, or you choose a great prophet from the Maya long count bonus, those all increase your great scientist, engineer and merchant timers, which is kind of unreal. That's why as Maya or as Liberty, if you want a religion, you need to take an engineer down Hagia Sophia for your prophet, because at least then you get the faith and the whatever from Hagia Sophia. But yeah, like, there are a very small number of free great persons which are genuinely free, and Babylon's is one of them. I was just expecting that it wouldn't be, which is why I built the super early workshop, because I figured that I'd have to earn a bunch of extra great person points to generate this first engineer. But you don't. It's actually genuinely... The Babylon Scientist is genuinely free. That is even better. That's unreal. Wow. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Farron says, yeah, something like that. You've grown a ton super fast. Really impressive, man. Oh, well, thank you very much. Well, yeah, we're doing all right here. We're hoping to start doing better as well. But yes, welcome to everybody who's new. Slowly approaching monetization on YouTube as well. About 910 subscribers now. But yeah, I'm good, thanks. Hope you are doing well. Since March. In actual fact, So, I had, not like a hangover, but an almost sort of hangover this morning, because we had a, what am I trying to remember? So, we had a, so there's the cargo. We want to send it to No Root Canal. How are we doing in here? We're growing in here. That's fine. And then we want to go workshop, probably, because we need to go we want to go workshop, then Colosseum. And in here, we probably want to go maybe Colosseum, then workshop or something. Actually, we got a lot of happiness, so we can afford to go workshop, then Colosseum. We've met all of the AIs now. We actually need to go and improve this food tile, because you always hear me talk about how important 3+ food tiles are. And this city connection is sorted, so we need to yeet ourselves into the water here to keep doing roads. So yesterday we had a what does I was saying it was like an on-site off-site day, basically, because everyone works from home. The idea of going into the office is novel, so we were calling it a sort of a department-wide off-site on-site, off-site on-site on-site, because we're all meeting up into the office for like a special group get-together, but it's so weird because it's technically you are going somewhere that you don't go very often, because we don't go to the office very often. Anyway, I went out with, we went out with friends or whatever from work afterwards. I think I got in at like midnight. Bearing in mind at 2:30, we went to a place called Bowman's Bar and Grill, which is a place in just south of the River Thames in London, for beers and pizza and whatnot. And so I got in at like midnight. So I had perhaps a small headache throughout the early parts of the day. And what was so great about it is that I got in at midnight, and I happened to check Slack, the sort of the general work, the work messaging service, and I had a message from our company's general counsel asking me to review some legal documents, and I was like, obviously I couldn't do it then at midnight. So I was like, at midnight. I slacked the legal counsel being like, oh, I'll review your legal documents in the morning. And then I had to get up at like 9:30 and review very dry legal documents at like 9:30 in the morning with my headache. But it was a good evening, so I don't really regret it. But, dry legal documents are not what someone wants to be doing when they've had like 6 beers the night before, got in at midnight, and then... and then I had to get up at 9:30 and I did genuinely sleep until 9:30 to then review legal documents in the morning. But otherwise, good. Twisted Gamer asks, have you considered going full-time with streaming if you get to the point of being able to make a steady income? You know what I would love to? I would genuinely love to. And if I ever got that far, I would. But it's a long way off. Especially if you consider something like YouTube. I was talking to one of my colleagues at work yesterday, because he's attempting to become an influencer. Anyway, I was speaking to him, and somehow the subject of YouTube got up. My co-workers don't know I do YouTube, by the way. But so I was speaking to him about YouTube, and of course he doesn't know that I do this. But anyway, we were talking about like YouTube income, and the whole fact you do average like $3 per 1,000 views or something on YouTube. And so if you think about how many views that is for stable income, you're talking, well, I mean, you want maybe $3,000 a month minimum, probably. Maybe like 2,500. I mean, it depends where you live in the States. But I live in London. And in London, the cost of living is like sky high. So if I lived in the northeast of England, something like $2,000 a month would probably be more than enough for me to be quite happy with. Or like, 2,500. But living in London, you need that much more, because the cost of living is just that much more in London. Streaming's one of those careers where you earn the same no matter where you yourself live, which means that you get disadvantaged for... Yeah, not a joke, don't live in London. Yeah, exactly. Which means you get disadvantaged quite heavily if you live in London. I got quite into poker over the original start of the coronavirus thing. And there's this guy that I was reading about he's not that good a poker player, but he's just like a full-time poker pro who plays like 3 hours of poker a day, and that's it, because he chooses to live in Thailand. So there are many streamers move to Turkey or Malta. Yeah, living in low-cost areas is a plus in that case. Exactly. So, as a streamer, you unless you live in a low-cost area, you actually need to do really, really well to be able to make a living out of it. And so that's kind of the thing. But anyway, if we just go for say $3,000 a month as like a bare minimum, which probably isn't enough for someone living in London, if I'm honest with you, then $3,000 a month. And you get $3 per 1,000 views. So you need 1,000 times 1,000 views, which means to make it on YouTube, you need 1 million views per month to get kind of $3,000 per month. And then taxes get taken off and everything, but you get that with a normal job anyway. So yeah, you're talking about 1 million YouTube views a month. Twitch subs are about $2.20 odd, something like that. Because the Twitch Prime subs are $2.50, but often Twitch has a deal basically for the non-Prime subs to be $2 or $2.20. So it's about $2.25, maybe $2.30 is the average for like Twitch subs. And so again, you're talking about the same thing. You're talking about needing like maybe about 1,200 subs or like 1,100 subs to get up to that magic number. So it's a hard graft. If I ever had the opportunity, I would. But that's why most YouTubers and streamers and whatnot have sponsors and this and that, because it's the sponsors that mean that you don't have to have such a ridiculous number of views. Yeah, Twisted Game says, I live on the east coast of Florida in the States. Cost of living is getting a bit ridiculous, so I understand. I'm sure London is another level. Actually, America has a lot of next level cities. I live in London. London is not as bad as New York, and New York was where I lived before I moved back to London. But yeah, like all of the property stuff keeps just like, you know, going up like that. It's kind of unreal. But yeah, Florida, I don't know how Florida would compare with London, but New York is more expensive than London. San Francisco is more expensive than London. There are a few other US cities that are more expensive than London, but London is quite furiously expensive too. Should we buy the silk? I feel like we can't afford it. I'd like to buy it if we could. I don't really want to pay for it. The US is due for another housing crash like 08. I don't know about that. I mean, housing prices keep going up everywhere, but we're having the same thing in the UK, and people are like, are housing prices going to like go sky high in the United Kingdom? And the answer is probably not. Because, well, no, our housing price is going to crash, sorry, in the United Kingdom. And the answer is kind of probably not. Because in the UK, there just aren't enough houses, which means that regardless of like the market, housing almost always goes up because the not enough houses ever get built in the United Kingdom, which is unfortunate but true. But yeah, like there are lots of cities that are insane. I mean, if you want good value, you do have to just move out of the city. I think though, like there is this kind of idea that renting is like truly terrible. You know, you're paying for someone else's house and stuff like that. And to some extent, it's true, but renting is not as bad as it seems in that respect. Like, because you gotta understand that you're paying for proximity. You know, the proximity to everything that you like is worth something to you. In the UK, the classic example is the commuter towns. Like you move out to get more value for your property, so you get more space for the amount of money that you earn. But my parents live in a classic commuter sort of town/city in the southeast of England, and if I were to live with my parents, I would be commuting for a grand total of 3 hours per day. So it's kind of silly. So, like, you know, you pay for proximity. If you are a commuter and you don't live inside the city that you work in, things like work drinks don't happen for you anymore because you have to get the last train home. And so an evening like the one that I just had yesterday would never happen to me if I was a commuter. And so you pay for it because you miss out on all this other stuff. And so, like, renting is not the worst thing in the world. In fact, like it or not, stocks and shares go up faster than property does. So if you do for as long as you've got like smart investments, a reasonable portion of the time, if your money is going into like an index tracker, you might sort of be comparable with the money that you might have earned by your property going up. And the funny thing about properties as well is that I was talking about this in my work. With property, we were talking about, because there's a big like housing boom in the UK right now, and all of the house prices are going up like this. And some people are saying, like, you know, you should sell your house now while the market is hot and take advantage of a hot market. But you know what the problem is that if you sell your house, you now don't have anywhere to live. You either have to rent or buy a new one. And yeah, going backwards to renting is probably not a great idea when you've already been a homeowner. But more importantly is that if you have to buy a new house, well, the house that you're about to buy is also going up ridiculously in terms of prices. So if you're looking to buy a bigger house price growth is actually detrimental to your quest, if you will. The only people that house price growth helps are people looking to downsize, which I thought was quite funny. If I sell my house, I don't have anywhere to live. GJ law. yeah, but you know, like you would have to move back in with your parents or like go rent a house or something like that, right? But yeah, it's quite of a funny conundrum. Someone in my work just did that, and I was sort of sitting there like, that doesn't sound like a good idea. Because if you're looking to move to a house of equal size or bigger, well, house prices are only going to continue going up, which means that house prices will have gone up another, say, 1% by the time you actually get round to buying the new house. Because if you're going for a house that's the same size or bigger, house price growth works to your detriment, not to your to the positive. So I thought it was very strange. Only people who downsize benefit from house price growth to some extent. But yeah, like, well, no, because if you are going to go in and buy a house at any point in time, then the new house that you buy will be subject to the house price growth that your old house, the one that you sold, was subject to. The selling your house and then renting only works if either one, you're moving to a property that's smaller than the one that you previously owned, therefore, you know, you sort of downtrade and release that money as cash, or if the housing market crashes and house price values start to fall. But in the UK, the chances of house price values falling without some huge economic shock is and like, you know, mass repossession by banks is so small, because in the UK there just aren't enough houses, period, which means that even during a bad time, it's hard for the housing market to go backwards because there just aren't enough places for people to live at the best of times, which means that there's kind of always demand because there's always someone who's doing okay. But yeah, it's kind of strange. I lived in New York for just under 18 months, Twisted Gamer. But yeah, housing's a weird one. It's not as great a financial proposition as people make it out to be. It was back when my parents were buying a house. It was a great financial proposition. But these days, because of kind of like ludicrous house price growth and the size of mortgages, the financial proposition isn't anywhere near as good as it used to be. Sadly, I wish it was. Yeah, I'm not familiar with house price history to know whether house prices ever crash without good reason. Maybe they do. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't own a house, so technically, for me and my financial status, a house price crash would be of reasonable benefit to me, but it wouldn't be to everybody. You know, there's always someone who loses out through something like that. Generally, if you want to be really rich, you need to invest in stocks and shares. That's just a given. As much as I would like it to not be, it is just a given. That's why the rich get richer. Stocks and shares, and the fact that capital gains tax is usually lower than income tax. There's civil service. I need the sheep. I'm gonna buy the sheep. That's good. Akkad's gonna explode now. Our cap's gonna try and explode, which is good. Need a bit of happiness, so I might actually buy this tile too. And the rich get richer through capital gains tax, by the way, just because the rich people are more likely to own businesses and have stocks and shares and things like that, where your tax obligations are lower compared to if you're just a regular peasant like me. Yeah, it depends on how much I mean, yeah, exactly. Like the difference between the mortgage and rent and all that sort of stuff. Like the funny thing is, the flat that I live in right now, the mortgage repayments on this flat would be higher than my rent repayments. How crazy is that? And yeah, like that's a big deal. Like these days, because house prices are so high compared to the regular cost of living, that for a lot of people, the mortgage repayments are so high that you don't... The incremental value you get, no, oftentimes the rent is less than a mortgage could be because of bank interest and things like that. So yeah, it's a bit of a weird situation. Which is exactly what it is in London right now. So it's kind of crazy, but it is what it is, I guess. Yeah, it's like something like, I mean, clearly the people who own my flat, they didn't buy their house at the price that it would currently be worth. But if I were to buy my flat now, yeah, it's kind of unreal, really. Where are we going with all these workers? Need a road there. The Kuragazu grew, that's nice. Need this sheep. Gonna buy that too. But yeah, like, you know, back in my parents' day, it was cheaper to buy and pay a mortgage than it was to rent. But sadly, in my day, it isn't. Should we try for Hagia Sophia? We need to try for a wonder now. Yeah, if you're paying a mortgage, it's 100% of the money that's going to your house. Well, yeah, exactly. But like, and I mean, there are things that come and go in terms of renting, but it is just kind of the idea that in some of the big cities, in markets where there isn't enough housing. Oh, well, we can't build Hagia Sophia now. We'll build Mausoleum. Where there isn't enough housing going around, the renting is cheaper compared to buying, and so it just kind of... I wish it wasn't true, but it is, which means that buying a house isn't as good a proposition as it ever used to be. What do I do here? We've got this tile to improve. I'm still waiting for a natural wonder quest. Oh, John Dew's been taken by Greece. Korea is getting smacked down to one city with 2 wonders. This is good though. We're at plus 23 food in the cap right now, which is where we want to be. Turn 78, 14 pop. Trying to build the mausoleum. I doubt you get much in London for less than 500,000. No, you don't. Yeah, and yeah, I mean, there are many things which go into renting versus buying, but I think that's the point that I was trying to make, is that the choice isn't as slam dunk as it used to be, which is an important statement to make. Are we going to rig in Bogota soon? Yeah, 1 turn. Not much input regarding the game, I'm afraid. Haven't played a lot in a while. I like the discussion, though. Yeah, I feel like you do just have to get distracted from time to time. From Civilization, have a... Like, there's... The appeal of streaming is not watching someone play a game. Because if you wanted to watch someone play a game, the experience is much more seamless on YouTube. Like, just straight up it is, right? Like, the experience of watching someone play a game is much more seamless on YouTube. So clearly that's not what streaming's for. Streaming is for having a conversation with the streamer. That's at least the way that I see it. And so I feel like it's honestly a good thing when we have some relatively interesting topics to talk about from time to time. The one thing that you have to do is not let it detract from your playthrough of the game, is what I would say. Like, as long as you don't slow down your gameplay too much, I feel like it's a good idea to sort of branch out and have some quote-unquote interesting conversations. Plus, hopefully, I've doled out some useful property advice. You know? Maybe. For anyone who doesn't know, perhaps I've given some useful property advice today. In a very wholesome way. This city is struggling for food. We need to send the trade route to Kuragazu at some point. We should finish the mausoleum next turn. Korea's died. Korea's gone. But we got the mausoleum. Got 100 gold for each great person, which is nice. It's our first wonder. We're going to need more. But we don't need any wonders yet, which is the important thing. Babylon's got this. Oh, Babylon's got this wheat all of a sudden. That's great. We were counting on that because we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6, 7. So we've got a decent amount of food in Babylon now. Oh, rip Korea. At least we can sell the iron to other people, apparently. So I guess we'll do it. Oh, we only had 1 iron deal. Okay. University. Yep. University and no root canal. Probably just let the Colosseum... No, if we need the Colosseum, we'll finish the Colosseum. And we should go in for acoustics, because the first wonder we want is the Sistine Chapel. Build it immediately when we can. Babylon looks like it was going to be quite low food, but I think Babylon's got more food than I give it credit for. Need 2.7 to grow. Can we get that? No. I think Babylon's got more food than I give it credit for. Which is a good thing. Can grow in one turn there. Dirk doing that, that's fine. Need to make sure that we're not working workshop slots anywhere we don't need to. In fact, we should be working workshop slots. What am I talking about? I should be working workshop slots everywhere I can. F in chat for Korea, yep. Graham says, I just tipped over my water bottle but caught it before it spilled all over your desk. Lucky. OJV says, one less Civ to have to do tourism down now. That is true, yeah. One fewer Civ, I guess. One fewer Civ that can be a runaway for sure. But having an AI with 2 capitals doesn't really bode well either, if I'm honest. Faramaster, do you usually do single player nowadays or multiplayer too? I try for multiplayer, but my multiplayer group isn't as busy as it used to be when I first started streaming. So the likelihood of getting games is far less. We tried today, but we didn't get one. Arabia's at war with Greece. That's good. If they're at war, hopefully they're spamming less wonders. That's what I'm hoping for. Need to work this workshop slot if we can. There's happiness. Akkad grew. We do need to work a bit of production because the production in this city is way too low. It was good early game, but it's not great in this mid-game production because of how long we spent spamming workers in the city. But it's one of those scenarios where it's for the good of the empire. Okay, there's more food here. That's good. We're working on these workshop slots because I want a bunch of great engineers. That's my secret to tourism victory, is to engineer down all of the wonders. Yeah, I know, I'm quite worried about Greece. But, you know, it's one less Civ that can take aesthetics. Spices connected for Ragusa, nice. Marble and spices with Harun al-Rashid ended. Well, let's get that back. And then we can probably trade away spices for cotton, because we'll get another one eventually. And I would quite like to pay for the silk. I always subscribe to the idea of taking every luxury when it's available, even if you don't need it right now, because you will definitely need it eventually on Deity, and that AI can just sell the luxury resource to someone else. In the meantime, you can't trust the AI to hold on to a luxury resource that you need, so you always have to go out and secure your deals, which is what we're doing now. I'm hoping that when we finish the university, we'll be ready to build the Sistine Chapel. That's the plan. I don't know if it's going to work or not. We're working almost every good tile in no root canal now. It's kind of bad. Oh well. There's our golden age. That's going to be great. I'm golden aging while trying to build Sistine Chapel is exactly what we need. Meiji Castle to Alexander. I don't really know what to do with these workers now. I want to see what's over here. Oh, we're so close to finishing that university in one turn here. Oh, well. Yeah, it's like only about 12 good tiles total in no root canal. Oh, Ife, hello. Faram asks, any reason for Babylon today? Tourism victory attempt. One of the sort of misconceptions about tourism victory attempts is whether do you need to do science, do you need to do this, do you need to do that? I think the most important thing to remember is, I want a lumber mill there. The important thing to remember is on Deity difficulty, the challenge is getting all of the wonders. And that's because the Deity AI are ahead in tech, so they get to the wonders before you are. And they've generally got more production, which means that they can afford to spam wonders more than you. So on Deity difficulty, you want to take... The challenge is to be able to get wonders before the Deity AI gets them. You need to work really, really hard to get wonders before the Deity AI actually gets the wonders that you want. So I picked Babylon because of the tech boost. We're going to be acoustics turn 86, which increases our chances by like this much of getting the Sistine Chapel. And then we can hard build as opposed to great engineering it. So I picked Babylon because of the massive science boost. OJB says, in my last game, Venice had 5 copies of crabs and I missed buying them the first time and never had access to them for the rest of the game. Exactly. Like, That's one of my biggest rules. Don't get greedy with happiness management. That's probably that's one of my biggest rules. I mean, I say it on the happiness guide that I've got on YouTube. It's one of my biggest rules. Don't get greedy with happiness management. Secure deals when they're available to you, because the AI doesn't have to be available to you when you need it. We've got all of our improvements done now. And all of our universities are going to be up turn 86. No, Akkad is going to be waiting. But it's good timing. Aaron wants a horse. And we are in for acoustics. I'm going to let this Colosseum finish because we got 28 production overflow. Basically, this Colosseum is so close to being done that it's like we started producing the Sistine Chapel this turn anyway. So I'm gonna let the Colosseum finish. In fact, we really don't need to. I would like to. Do we need a stable here? Yeah, stable's really good right now. And probably go get a shrine. And we do need to think about guilds after. Let's get Compass so that we can get the next trade route. I would love to work these university slots, but this city's never going to have enough food to do it. We actually need work boats. That's what we need. For the fish. We've got too many workers now, which is good. We can delete one. Our capital's growing nicely. 8 turns left on Sistine Chapel. We don't have any observatory cities, so astronomy is not a thing. We probably just want to push in straight for guilds. And we need to get our guilds built at some time. Quite soon. But it doesn't need to be yet. We can afford to wait a few more turns. Especially with the writers. The artists are much more important to start on soon. On a tourism run, because you're going to need more artists than writers. Because there aren't many places you can put a great writer. There's furs available from Sweden. We need to keep going for those. We're short by like 8. Ah, that's unfortunate. Well, if we ever get to give away a horse, we might be able to get those furs. There goes Forbidden Palace. It's gone turn 88. Unreal. The root canal grows. University slots. I guess we can grow into the university slots in here or something. I really want to work them all though, because we don't want to produce a scientist. We just want to get close and then stop. So I guess we got to watch out for that. And a cargo. Do we want to build it here, or do we want Circus Maximus here? Do we want... We probably just need to get started on... A workboat would be good to start. The earlier we get them, the more valuable they are. So let's start with a workboat. That's a good point, actually, Hor. Bribing an AI to war generally tends to cancel those deals. Something I need to do a little bit better at. Yeah, grow Babylon, please. How's our food? 155. Not great. Okay. I'll tell you what. Gardens in our garden cities will be quite good. Because they'll help with great engineer generation. So let's go for gardens in our garden cities. I chopped this down, even though it's 4th ring, because I'm hoping that eventually our capital's borders will try and expand there. No, Sweden's cities down here. Stockholm's not doing very well. About to grow. Cool. Like my friends when they bribe the AI next to me to declare war for a measly horse and 20 gold. Lol. It's unfortunate. We used to do that with me and my friends. We always used to pay for AIs to war each other for the fun of it. But we found that we stopped doing it after a while because we all realised that the wars were often helping our mates because we were all so good, and you always play on like Emperor or Immortal difficulty when you're playing versus AI as part of a multiplayer game, because you need the AIs to be okay, but you can't have them be like good enough to actually be any sort of threat. So we always played with AIs on Emperor difficulty. And when someone looked like they were running away, we'd like pay for an AI to war them because, you know, you want to annoy them with the war. But it used to get to such a point where basically you'd pay the AI to war them, but they would build like 3 units and be able to fend off the entire attack. And after they fended off the entire attack, it's just like free XP, and they'd end up with like great generals and stuff that they could use to great general plant. Yeah, putting this dude in a cultural city-state is barely worth it. All it's doing is reducing Greece's influence, which isn't a bad thing. Okay, this is good here. Need to make sure not to accidentally generate those scientists, but we know the engineers first anyway. There's a tile to go for up there. Spices is somehow our regional luxury. I already know why. Where's this archer or bowman? We need to deal with this composite bow up there now. It's going to come ravaging through our land quite annoyingly. So I'm going to keep this worker here so that we can repair all the stuff that it destroys. Let's sell these horses. While we can. Even though they're going to get pillaged in a minute. Bob says, evening, huge looking map. It's actually just a small map size. Yeah, good way to level up your MPs, exactly. So yeah, we used to do these things where we were paying for like troll wars with AI on our friends, and then we just realized that it was benefiting them, basically. To do it like that. Oh, rationalism, turn 92, sounds good. That's going to make sure that our science is steaming ahead quite nicely. Could do with this tile here. Want to buy tiles now because buying tiles later is not really very worthless. You have to have your tiles for the growth window, otherwise they're not really worth it. So we're going to buy our tiles right now. What's going on? Oh, we've got a tile stepped on. That's why this is all looking weird. Yeah, we've basically uncovered the whole map. Yes. Well, welcome to the stream. On my screen, there's 3 people with this name color now. Fantastic. You can always change your name color, you know. Good. I thought the barbarians had pillaged our trade route for a second. We've ended up with a musketman now, which I do not like. Archaeology. Let's get a temple. Need to start faith production going. Same in here. Although another workboat would come in quite handy. And then we now need to go for printing press. See if we can get the Globe Theatre or something. Need 0.33 to finish Sistine Chapel next turn. So we are just going to go and do that. It would be nice to get Globe Theatre because that's more like writer slots. And here's the reason why I said earlier that with the great writers, we don't have to worry about generating them right away. Because you will only need great writers for the Oxford University. There are barely any slots available to put great writers in. Now, this is a bit brutal. Is this musketman going to kill our bowman? Probably is, isn't it? So we need to move backwards. Harun al-Rashid's trade routes are getting wrecked by barbarians right now. We've got those gardens up. Want to start faith production. Let's start everywhere. But in here, we need to start building our artists and our writers and things like that. So we get started with the Artist Guild. I usually start with writers, but as I said, you need fewer writers. Oh, we also got the Sistine Chapel, did we? Nice. Because you end up needing more artists than writers usually. So we're going to look to get as many artists as we can. So we'll start the Artist Guild first. I usually start with the Writers Guild first because you get sort of more from it. Or rather, it's cheaper usually to build, but not right now. And we can save Alexandre Gustave Eiffel. Nice. For a world wonder that we actually want, which I'm hoping will be Leaning Tower, but that would be in Dreamland if we got Leaning. 8 turns for this scientist, so we need to not generate it now. This is your colour, eh? Orekaro says, is it possible to generate a great engineer and a great scientist so that no extra time is required for the second great person? No, it's not. So, I mean, I'll clarify why in a minute, but just take it as a fact that it isn't. Oh, we didn't grow correctly here. Shrine and then temple for faith production. And then we do want to go into amphitheaters. Here's a great tile to work. We have no gold. We've only got 3 trade routes out. Weren't we supposed to be building one at some point? Where did it go? Did I just not build the trade route? Because that's a bit of an error. Oh, we'll build them now. Oh, these barbarians. It's killer. I wonder if we actually need to build another unit to tackle this. I mean, we might have to because they're going to get everywhere. I don't really want to do it though. I could build a pikeman, I guess. But yeah, so yeah, it would have been a useful trick, but no, so it doesn't happen, and that's because I know it does, but I'm going to let the great scientist counter tick down for a bit. So the way it works is that when you generate a great person, it sets back the timer on the queue for that kind of great person, and quite annoyingly, great scientists, great merchants, and great engineers all share the same timer. And so the way the timer works is that each extra great person is incrementally more expensive than the last. Which means that when you generate a great scientist, instead of needing to... The first great scientist is 67 points on quick speed. To generate the next one, you need 134. So it's incrementally more. So each scientist gets incrementally harder to generate. Now, because great scientists, engineers, and merchants share the same timer, that means if it's 67 points and I generate an engineer, now my next great person of any of those types now needs 134 points to be generated. So if I generate an engineer, I now need 134 points for a scientist, even though I haven't generated a scientist yet, because of the annoying fact that scientists, engineers, and merchants' timers are shared. So then we have to consider how great people and generally how things are processed in Civilization. In Civilization, things are not processed simultaneously. Everything is processed in a certain order. And so the game basically says it doesn't consider all of your great people at the same time, so there's no exploit in there. It instead tries to consider, well, it starts off and first it's like, can I generate a scientist? If the answer is yes, it generates a scientist and then increases the point counter of your pool. So then when it gets round to generating an engineer after that, then it's looking at the 134 as opposed to the 67. So unfortunately, it can't be gamed like that because of the way that calculations are done in sort of sequential order in Civilization. It's Cool Guy 420, welcome to the stream, asks, is building farms in desert tiles with no fresh water worth it? No, it's not. I'm just bored with this worker. It doesn't have anything else to do. But yeah, so if you want to spam great scientists, you should make sure not to generate great engineers and great merchants. Exactly, because it's that sort of extra incremental point cost, and it's not the point cost of the engineer that you generate. So I could generate a great engineer for 67 points. You have to remember that the point cost is like the additional, the last great scientist, however much more expensive that great scientist was, that's kind of the incremental point cost. So, yeah, if you want as many great scientists as possible, you should not finish great engineers and great merchants. Now, the only reason you would generate a great engineer, because I noticed that someone asked that question, why would I be generating engineers instead of scientists? Well, it's because for a culture victory, we need world wonders. And on Deity difficulty, and this is why tourism is so difficult on Deity, not least because Deity AI will burn out a whole bunch of culture. Kinky Jimmy says, got to head off now. Good luck, bud. Thank you. Have a good evening, Jimmy. See you later. The reason why we're spawning great engineers is because we need to build a ton of wonders to actually win a culture victory. And on the Deity AI, you're fighting against two things. One, the AI having the text before you. And two, the AI is basically having more production than you, or being able to start production on world wonders first. So if you want to be able to get all of the world, and not only that, but the game is much shorter. So you have to get everything done in a certain amount of time, because you can win Emperor on turn 300, but you have to win Deity by, say, turn 220. All of that means is that our capital can't afford to hard build every single wonder, which means that if we can't afford to hard build every single wonder, we can't afford to do tourism. So how do we make it such that we can build every wonder that we need? We get great engineers, which allow us to one-turn wonders, and that is how we make sure that we can build every wonder we need to. And that helps, because great engineers finish things in one turn. Now we don't have to try and wait the 10 turns to build the wonder with the risk of losing it every turn. The risk of losing it is much less because we can get it, say, 9 turns sooner than we otherwise would have. We are being pillaged to death here. It is so annoying. There's the barb camp. That's why it's so annoying. Temple, please. There's not really a lot else to do with these workers now, is there? Just wait. That pillaging is so tough into Archaeology. Archaeology says, thank you for the explanation of great people mechanics. You must have a PhD in Civ 5. I wish. PDF in Civ 5 maybe, not a PhD. Why is one of these cities called No Root Canal? I don't know. Teeth came up when we founded multiple canal cities. OJB asks, how is the Great Engineer production calculated? Is it based on the average amount of production of the last few turns? Current population. It's based on your city's population. You get a base number, and then that base number you get. So it's like it's basically an amount per. It's an amount per population, I think. Kufa, okay. So the it's like to build a great. Can we do 5 for something here? I'm just going to try and do this. Oh, we can. Nice. Yeah, so to generate the Great Engineer production boost depends on the population of your city. I forget the exact number now, but it's something like 100 production plus like 25 for every citizen or something like that. I forget what it is now. But as long as you've got a reasonable sized city, you'll be able to one-turn almost every wonder with a Great Engineer, which is what you need. On the subject of teeth, I had my wisdom tooth removed 5 hours ago. I do not recommend it, says Balth. Oof. I've never needed to have my wisdom tooth removed. I'm very fortunate in that respect. Doesn't sound good though. Kinda need open borders with Sweden, but can't afford it. Should just delete this side-on worker. That'll help us afford it. I'll go to Babylon. Here's this pikeman to try and deal with these barbarians. Yeah, you don't need them removed until you need them removed. Yeah, that sounds about right, actually. All these AIs just desperate for horse. Let's get a little bit of gold off Harun. Let's try and take out these barbarians. Bring all of my archers over, I suppose. No, root canal keeps growing. We don't need all of these workers. I'm going to delete another one. Save some gold. I don't delete workers enough. So this is as good a time as any to lean into it now. Need Writers Guild next. Need to start working the Artist Guild, so we're going to have to give up production. This is why it's so crucial to try and grow our city as big as possible before turn 100, because now we're going to have to start working all of these guild slots, and it's going to be painful, and our growth rate is going to tank. I wonder if I should have done another caravan to Babylon. I perhaps should. Perhaps that should have been what we should have done. But we got all of these cargoes now. We need to send food to Kuragauzu. And then one of Kuragauzu or no root canal will need to get the next one. I imagine it needs to be no root canal. Although either would be fine.
It is the newspaper's duty to print and...
Well, Leaning's here. So I guess we're going for it. Need to work at the university slot now. Why is there a crossbow in the barb camp? Why is that a thing, game? And then we need to start thinking about the Uffizi, which is up here. Maybe we'll be hard building the Uffizi. We haven't actually opened aesthetics yet. So I guess we can't get the Uffizi. Germany's got aesthetics. Only one aesthetics AI is not bad. So I guess we go for this. The Leaning Tower. Probably just check, see if we can see any Leaning Towers being built in these AI cities. Could be, for all we know. AIs definitely have it, the tech. I mean, Germany could easily be building a tower that's falling over. Trouble is, I don't actually know what it looks like. I'm just kind of hoping that if the Leaning Tower is being built, it looks obvious. Like, what's that? Globe. That's actually probably Globe Theatre, isn't it? Interesting. Well, we're gonna try. I'm gonna try and get an engineer out of this, the Leaning Tower. Go for it. A great person generation will be nice. And do we need to go to Kuragauzu or no root canal? 21, 21. Probably to no root canal, and we'll try and build the musicians guild in no root canal. I'm glad we didn't go for globe because it just went. But we did get leaning. Take another engineer. Opera House is next for sure. Or do we need zoos? We actually need the Circus Maximus. So I might build that there. And then in here, we do need a stable next. Can take this camp. Oh, there's actually some cattle out there. And then need to come back and start fixing more tiles in here. Go and see what this is all about out there. Turn 100. Good to sense check where we are. 61 population on 4 cities. So that's really good. We're aiming for 50. 55 for a great game. We're actually on 61. So that's brilliant. We're on for a nice one here. And we've got Babylon's writer science bonus, which is great. Rich says it's quite late for leaning. I don't know exactly what it looks like, but it might still be worth checking for capitals. Yeah, I mean, I checked, but I just don't remember what it looks like. I tried to see if I could see it, but I didn't. We've got Sistine, Nizef. Serious topic to name the cities tonight. Maybe, I don't know. But welcome to the stream. Farron says, I'm doing some investment while renting buying calculations, and renting actually seems better. Yeah, that's the point. It's what I was trying to say earlier. Sucks, but it's true. But yeah, so we've got Sistine Chapel, we've got leaning. Aiming for Uffizi, but we don't have aesthetics open yet. So yeah. Need to work the Writers Guild here now. See, food has really tanked in the capital. And that's a sad day. But it must be. We can't really not do it. But we're already 20 pop in the capital now, so that's fine. And we're still growing every 6 turns. Babylon was never destined to be a high population capital. We probably can't afford to put the Musicians Guild in Babylon, but what's great is that no root canal has actually got a garden. So we can build the Musicians Guild in here instead. And because we've got Sistine Chapel, our culture gains are across the entire empire anyway. Oh, I didn't repair the horse. Good stuff, PC. Good stuff. Yeah, great engineer for Uffizi. Once I get aesthetics, I'm going to try for it, yes. Yeah, assuming that you invest the down payment. Exactly. As long as assuming you invest the down payment for a property, yeah, I'm not surprised that renting's actually better because just the fact that stock markets, as long as you sort of ride with the market, like if you're not going against the market, as long as your money is going up at the same rate that the market is going up, then yeah, I really am not surprised that renting's actually better because of how profitable stocks and shares can be as long as you are growing with the market. Now that is harder than it looks, I guess, to be able to grow your investment with the market, but that's why things like index trackers exist. Now would be a good time for National Epic. Jarvis asks, oh, wait, I was doing homework. This is a tourism. Yes, this is a tourism attempt. If Uffizi goes too fast, you could save it for Louvre later, perhaps. Yeah, I think so. Our culture's not that great, though. We've got like 18 influence with Bogota right now, but no real way of getting anywhere with them. There goes Uffizi. We were never getting anyway. Save it for Eiffel and Broadway is never bad. Was I paying for Alexander's gems? Probably was, wasn't I? Well, we want them back for sure. No root canal grew again. Need this Musicians Guild. Well, so much for Uffizi. But we will soldier on. Looking for the public schools. It's because this engineer's in Babylon, we can't get the worker in, so there we go. Well, it wasn't to be. We were never getting Uffizi, and that's fine. There's quite a lot of fish going around on this map. Often you can get a coastal empire with like one fish total. Oh. Akkad's grown, nice. And we got the stable up, even better. What else can we do in Akkad? Into the amphitheatres now. That's nice, we're cranking through our production queue quite happily. Everything feels like it's going quite well. The only thing is the small capital, which is a shame because we've got all of these hills that we can work, but we're having to work guilds now. The Kuragazu's back to being decent again. Bell says it's true, investing is easy, that's why people with lots of spare income can sort of snowball it because they can afford to invest, which like the markets go up every year. The average value of the market goes up well in excess of any other method of like earning interest on your money. Nizza says, would you rename Der Kuragazu to Real Canal? Yes, I can. Real Canal. But yeah, I mean, people with low incomes can invest, but yeah, it's a much more significant number, isn't it, if you've got lots of spare cash? But yeah. And it's why the best place to put your money is often not with an actively managed fund, because of the likelihood of a fund manager being able to do. Because you have to remember, with the fund manager, they're first and foremost, if you're going to grow your money with the market, which you can do with something like an index tracker, you're going to gain a certain amount of a year on average. Now, if you pay for an actively managed fund, first and foremost, it's a net loss if they don't make what the market, if they don't go up with the market. But the second thing is that with an actively managed fund, they'll also have a fee for managing your fund for you. So you can imagine the market goes up like 3% a year, and your fund manager charges you 3%, which means you need to be making more than 6% a year with your fund manager just to actually get the same as you would do if you'd thrown your money in an index tracker. But yeah, like more. Yeah, I know. Yeah, more money makes more money. But yeah, exactly. Like managed funds is. I mean, yeah, investment is a guaranteed route to profit is indeed like disingenuous, but it's just the idea that the value of stock markets go up more than anything else every year. So as long as you can go with the market in investing in stocks and shares or whatever, you know, like commodities or whatever it is the way to go. Sadly, but it's true. And it's not in the point is it's not in property, and that's the argument that renting is often, especially in this day and age, much better than actually buying, because if you invest your down payment and your investment goes up in the way that the market goes up, you actually earn more money. Yeah, exactly. Stock markets grow over time, exactly, and they grow more than savings in a bank. But yeah, the hard part is capturing it with your portfolio. But yeah, I mean, this it was just like, because I was talking to Faram earlier, and we had this big discussion about why it's usually a lot better than you think it is to rent as opposed to buy, and they just run the calculations, and that is exactly the point that I was trying to make. It's just about how if you're renting, you can invest the down payment. And I mean, you can invest the down payment too if you're buying, but investing is not the sort of thing that you should be doing if you're looking to take your money out in 3 years' time. My girlfriend says I can recommend a few good books on investing. Jarvis says, but crypto. Oh, my crypto. Everyone's got their own story about crypto. One of my close friends, he bought a Bitcoin when it was $500. And he sold it like ages ago. And with the Bitcoin, you'll never guess which crypto coin currency he decided to invest in. It was Dogecoin. So not only did he buy Bitcoin, he also bought Dogecoin, and he sold both off like 5 years ago. And completely like lost out. But yeah, crypto is a very abstract thing. Yeah, paying off student loans though, JB, is a bit different depending on where you work, where you live in the world as well. Like in England, paying off your student loan is often, what's the word? It's not good. Like paying off your student loan in the UK, because the student loan often in the UK, our student loans get wiped once you reach a certain age. And well, at least as long as you're of a similar age to I am or younger, our student loans get wiped once you get to after like 25 years. So if you're not going to pay off your student loan, and you have to be earning like, you know, maybe 65, 70,000 pounds a year to pay off a student loan of my size. If you're not projecting to pay that off within like 15 years, because money now is worth more than money later to some extent, you're better off just actually not repaying the student loan, letting part of it get repaid, and or just continuing to repay the student loan over time. Raptor Crasher asks, what map is this? It's Pangea map. Oh yeah, man, yeah, losing $24,000 because you lose access to your crypto wallet just sucks. And there's no way of getting back in, is there really?
Compound interest is the most powerful.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it depends on the size of your interest whether or not you should pay off your debt. And my student loans, they compare comparatively well to like investing. So the national epic is done here. I would love to build the ironworks. So let's try it. This is one of the earliest times I've ever built my ironworks. And we'll go for opera houses everywhere else we can. Akkad doesn't really need this tile. But it actually does. No, it doesn't, because it's going to get this thing. Babylon needs this tile. Mr. Jarvis asks, PCJ Law, why did you choose Babylon for a culture victory? You know, Jarvis, you actually just can't... Oh, should I... I mean, we don't need aesthetics anymore. I mean, we kind of do. We don't really... Our science is good enough. We don't really need it anymore. I'm going to open aesthetics right now. And then we'll come back to it. Just sleep this worker. There's nothing to do. Same with this one. Want to try and get open borders? Let's just swap. Oh no, apparently we can't even swap them. All right, well, explore automated. We'll see what it does. But anyway, Jarvis asks, why do you choose Babylon for culture victory? And it has got something to do with what Nizev says. Babylon is the best civ for a culture victory. And the reason is that when you're doing a culture victory, especially on deity difficulty, the challenge is to get all the wonders built. That's why culture victory is the hardest victory to do on deity. Because the challenge is to get all of the wonders built. Now, there's 2 big blockers, or maybe 3 big blockers to getting the wonders built. First and foremost, your capital can't afford to spend the time to build all of the world wonders. So that's a blocker. The second blocker is the deity AI has got ridiculous tech, which means that they're always going to be at the technologies before you. So the choice of Babylon helps there, because if I can get to the tech faster than I would normally do, I give myself a better chance of being able to get the wonders, because the AI has less chance to build the wonders ahead of me. So that's why I choose Babylon, because Babylon's the best for this early game science, to get us off onto a lightning fast science start, which means that I'm at my important technologies for the wonders sooner, which means that I have a better chance at getting them. And the third is just general like production time. The AI they can afford to spam wonders. They get like massive production boosts. They have the tech before you do. So the third blocker is like, how can I build the wonders fast enough? And so to meet all of these solutions, the tech solution is met by playing the game like a science victory attempt. Basically trying to get as much tech as possible as soon as possible, which is what you do on a science victory run. And Babylon is like the best civ to do that, especially early on. Poland or Korea, I don't even know, might have a better like late game potential, but with the tourism victory, we need much fewer technologies than we would do on a science run. So we want to take the early boost much more than we want to take like the late game maximum, even though Babylon might well have the best late game maximum anyway. But Babylon's got the best early boost, so it gives you the best chance of getting all of those mid game wonders, as Nizev said. Then, to solve the fact that you can't spend the whole game building wonders because there's not enough time to do it on deity, and to solve the fact that like the production time issue where the AI can build the wonders faster than you, that's why we're generating great engineers. Great engineers allow us to one-turn world wonders, which means that we can now fit them into our production queue. So that's what we're doing right now. We chose Babylon because of how important the early Great Scientist Academy plant is, and then we're looking to generate great engineers to find the production to build the world wonders. But yeah, that's why Babylon's the best. We've given it a go at several different civs that are good at it, but sadly we've kept failing from time to time. No to open borders with Harun. Need to work the Musicians Guild. So let's try it. Give up a couple of these flat ocean tiles and Musicians Guild. Need to trade marble and spices back to Harun al-Rashid. No root canal is going to overtake Babylon. And then something for spices, I guess. It's fine. I do want to chop out those spices next. Anyway, Real Canal needs to build a zoo, because happiness is starting to get a bit dicey. What are we doing here? We generated our writer. That's good. I wanted to open aesthetics now so that, because the aesthetics opener gives us a bonus towards generating the culture of great people, so I just wanted to start on it. Secularism probably would have been better, but I wanted to get started on those cultural great people. See. Yeah, British credit cards don't have very good rewards programs at all, no. And the reason is because of what banks spend their money on, by the way. Now, in America, if anyone's ever lived in both Europe and America, you'll know. But one of the biggest differences in banking between Europe and America, and by the way, this is why America's like payments technology is so far backwards compared to the rest of Europe, is because in America the banks charge you for everything. Like, you get charged to pay with credit card, you get charged to buy a checkbook, you get charged to do literally anything, right? As part of your bank in America. In Europe and in the UK, yeah, exactly, like $5 to take out your own money from an ATM, exactly, like all sorts of stuff like that. The bank passes all of those charges onto the consumer. In the United Kingdom, the bank either stomachs those costs, or the merchant will stomach those costs. And so because all of that extra money is going into stomaching the costs for all of those other financial transactions, the money goes into the cost of checkbooks, the money goes into ATM withdrawals, the money goes into credit card payments and all sorts of stuff like that. Because the banks are stomaching those costs, the banks now don't have the ability to offer the lucrative reward programs, because the reward program lucrative rewards are effectively the free card transactions and the free ATM withdrawals and the free checkbooks and so on. So yeah, in Europe we don't have to pay for like banking transactions or whatnot, and so the credit card reward schemes and stuff are so much smaller because the banks are stomaching those costs instead of the consumers, like the banks or the merchants. Whereas in America, the banks pass on all of those fees to the consumer, which is why then, because they're not stomaching those fees, the way that they give away money is with the reward programs. It's another way why America is so beneficial to rich people as opposed to poor people, because people who spend more money can make more of the rewards programs. Yeah, I mean, some banks are closer than you think. Like, at the end of the day, the reason why American bank reward programs are so generous, even though they pass those costs on to the consumer, is because they have to compete with each other. American banks do need to compete with each other, and so they do usually give you as good a deal as they can, because it means taking more customers away from their opponent. Like, there's always a bank that will undercut you to earn market share. So the banks actually give you as good a deal as they can usually, and that's why American rewards are so ludicrous. But yeah, exactly. Like, if a bank doesn't stomach costs nor offer reward programs, that's bad. I mean, that tends to be what happens if you don't have a lot of money. Luckily, when I worked in America, I worked for like a big corporation, and people who get relocated to work tend to earn more money because the companies need to offer them incentives to move over. So I got lucky that I was sort of given enough money that, yeah, the amount of money I had in my bank account gave me a little bit of access to some of these like privileged rewards. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been great. I would like to build the porcelain tower, but I don't really want it. We need a market, actually. That's pretty important right now because our golds are rubbish. Well, our cities are about as good as they're ever going to get now. But that's fine. We're sort of starting to cap a bit at 72 population, which is more than enough for a cultural victory.
Oh.
Yeah, like, you never get Walls of Babylon. Well, I mean, they're good, but they don't do anything for Sim. I was explaining at the start of the game, Walls of Babylon are brilliant building. The problem with the Walls of Babylon is that they're only useful if you are being attacked. And the worst place to be in Civilization is to be being attacked. You're almost always better off making sure that you don't get into a war than to be the person being attacked. So Walls of Babylon are one of these things where they're a great building, but they're a great building when you need it. It's not very common. Like, Babylon is all about the writer bonus and the great scientist generation. And then after that, Babylon is all about the Bowman, which is actually a superb unit. It's truly terrifyingly good. You can archer rush Deity AI with Babylon's Bowman. It's unreal good. But then the Walls of Babylon are the worst part of Babylon, because they are only effective in the least good situation. That's why bad civs are bad civs. It's not because their abilities aren't good. It's just they're good in less common situations, or they're good in situations that you don't want to be in. The classic example is like the Iroquois bonus for giving extra production to forests can be great. You only need like 2 or 3 forests for it to be better than a regular workshop. The problem is that the situation of having to hold onto your forests is not where you want to be because of how much of a ridiculous boost chopping those forests down is early game. So that's what makes good civs and bad civs. It's the situations where their bonuses are useful. Like the Walls of Babylon is perfectly... we can buy a mosque here. Why not? The Walls of Babylon is a great building, but the unfortunate thing about the Walls of Babylon is that it's only useful in bad situations. Yeah, be the ass kicker, not the kicky. Exactly. Like, because when you're looking at Civ, building military units is worse than simming. So you have to ask yourself, well, okay, how can I make building military units better than simming? It's to take land. And if you're not taking land, then it is worse than simming. So you never want to be the person on the defense. Does having better defenses decentivize the AI to attack you, or is it not that advanced? The problem with defenses is that you're going to be bottom army, either way, on Deity difficulty. No matter how much you build, the amount of army that it would be to have you not bottom is way too small. It's way too big. You can't reliably build enough army to be not bottom army on Deity difficulty. So that's why I don't recommend building army on Deity. Building like 3 units is probably the best choice on Immortal difficulty. But on Deity, building 3 units is not going to save your city often. I mean, sometimes it is, but you need to be the judge of that yourself. But the point is, it makes no difference to whether or not the AI actually chooses to attack you. The biggest difference is your diplomacy modifiers. That is what I call that's the difference. That's why Deity is so much harder than Immortal. If you're good enough to do Science Victory on Immortal, you're good enough to win Science Victory on Deity like 60-70% of the time. That's genuinely true. The difference on Deity difficulty is the AI diplomacy. It is the fact that you are like 10 times more likely to get killed on Deity than you are on Immortal. And that's all about the AIs declaring war on you. So the way that you do it with Deity difficulty is that it's most important to manage diplomatic modifiers. The AI's armies are going to be so big, and the fact that you're always going to be bottom means that the AI, they are just emboldened to declare war on you. So building military is okay, but you're much better off managing your diplomatic modifiers, which is why you need to pay attention to who you befriend. Maybe give away 5 horses in the early game to get that we've traded recently super green modifier. That if there's an AI that you can tactically denounce, you would even tactically denounce the AI, for instance, to curry favor with AIs. And most importantly, there's 2 diplomatic modifiers which make a huge difference into whether or not you get attacked. AI covets your lands, and they think you're building cities too aggressively. Those 2 penalties are huge in AIs deciding whether or not to attack you, because they don't need that many red modifiers, and basically the combination between those 2 modifiers is usually all the AI needs to choose to attack you. And that is something that's totally in your control. It's why when you watch me play Deity difficulty, I settle my city so much less ambitiously than a lot of people do. You can think of Emperor or Immortal players, tons of them, settling their cities much more ambitiously than I do. But there's a reason why I settle so unambitiously, and it's because I don't really need this banana. I don't really need the city in here, right? I don't really need it. And if I placed it, I would certainly get coveted by Arabia, and I would certainly probably get, they think you're building cities too aggressively. So my unambitious settling profile reduces the amount of those modifiers that I get with the AI, and so that's why it looks like I can just stroll through games without even caring about war, because I've actually done my bit. Because I've made sure not to get those 2 modifiers. Whereas someone who always gets those modifiers against the AI is always going to face a war, because they'll war you for having the modifiers. That's how you make it look. That's how I make it look so easy. Without it being easy is because I manage those modifiers as best I can. And sometimes they're unavoidable. Sometimes those modifiers are unavoidable, but the point is you can choose to have those modifiers with 1 AI, or you can choose to have those modifiers with 3 AI. 1 or 2 AIs with those modifiers are usually easy enough to manage with paying them to war each other, but 3 AIs with those modifiers, you're not going to be able to manage them all. So that's the reason. Like, even if you are going to still get coveted by 1 to 2 AIs, that's manageable. But all of your nearby AIs is not manageable, and that's the point. But yeah, the building walls of Babylon doesn't make the AI any less likely to attack you at all. Paul says, now you mention it, you're always so lucky on maps. I'm really not. But, you know. I play a lot of bad maps. And, I mean, in this map, there's a bit of space. But it's only because I chose to settle all of, like, the trash down here, as opposed to anything up this river. What if you settle south of your capital and the AI north of you somehow covets it? I mean, that's a shame. Like, you got to deal with that. But the point is, if it's only 1 AI that covets your lands, that's manageable. It's when it becomes 2 or 3. And so even if an AI will always covet your lands, the point is you can choose whether or not 1 AI will covet your lands or whether or not 3 AIs covet your lands. Crankaduke asks, how does the city building modifier come to be? I get that one almost every game with some AIs when I rush out 3 to 4 expands. I mean, sometimes they just don't like it. It probably comes up if you settle multiple expands within coveting distance or something, I don't know. But like, there's no hard and fast rule for it, but you should generally assume if you're going for a total of 4 cities, you should be okay. Black Vegetable says, Ruff and a German friend, by the way, he's called Babo Luther King. Babo Luther King was one of the first Prime subs to this channel. Ruff and Babo Luther King made a video in which they made an interesting point. You can play Deity with max greed and accept it will sometimes backfire, or you can play conservatively and maximize the chances of a win. Exactly. So like, and you can see it. I talk about it quite a lot on this channel when we do it. When I play aggressively and YOLO-ly, I get declared war on almost every time. And when I play conservatively, I never get declared war on. So yeah, it's whether or not you want with Deity, you either have to embrace the variance or embrace the consistency. You can win almost every map that you get put down on Deity difficulty. There aren't really that many situations that are unwinnable. The question is not how winnable it is, it's how fast you can win it. And so some players might choose to try and win the game faster than they need to. Or some players, like me, will play a bit more conservatively and guarantee to win the game, but maybe not win it as fast as they could have done. Because I'm on stream and because I can't afford to like restart 5 games a stream, you can't really blame me for playing more conservatively, I guess. My favourite covet situation was playing on large islands as Venice. Hiawatha sailed 40 hexes from his capital to settle right next to me and then started coveting my lands and got annoyed when I bought a tile on the 3rd ring. Sounds about right. Some AIs are weird like that, aren't they? They're great. We've grown to this citrus. Brilliant. I've been waiting for that. We've got another spy. I feel like I want to put the spy in Melbourne to stay happy. Although it would benefit us much more to put it into a faith city-state. But there's only one, so I'm just going to put it in Melbourne. Where's Melbourne on the list? There it is. Staying happy will be quite important. And then public schools where possible. Going to just finish the zoo before doing the public school. Going to finish the market before the public school because the market's so close to finishing. We're not going to gain much. And we can do the public school here and ahead of the Opera House. In fact, it's the only city that's behind on the Opera House, right? It is. So I actually want to finish the Opera House just in case we want to get an early Hermitage, which we should do. Okay, I'm going to just be right back for a minute to use the toilet, and then we'll be back to carry on the stream. We can't buy this silk, unfortunately. I'm going to swap away our luck so that we can get maybe a trade a quest for it. But all right, I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Let's see. Crankadoot's favourite covet situation's got to be when Shaka coveted my mirror exit. Oh, yeah, that turn 6 denunciation was unreal funny. It's interesting to see who everybody's favourite neighbours are. I don't know who my favourite neighbours are. If I'm honest. I don't know why I'm going for industrialisation. We should be going for electricity. I forgot for a minute that we're doing a tourism attempt. With tourism attempts, you want to be going for electricity. Because we want to get to... We want to get to Eiffel Tower and Broadway as fast as we possibly can. So you want to go in for the radio rush if you're doing a tourism victory. To make sure that you can get Broadway, which is like hyper important. I mean, you need both, but... I guess some are more hyper important than others. 3 turns for an artist. Apparently Germany's the host. Which is fine. We can befriend the strongest AI in the game. That's actually a good place to be. Great scientist in 6 turns. We got to watch our scientist counter. 6 turns, 8 turns, 20 turns, 28 turns. Yeah, we got to watch our scientist counter. Nearby Genghis. Yeah, I mean, Genghis is one of those... It was... I'm not going to say it was like a meme, but it was a bit of a joke on the stream a few months ago where Genghis just like always died. Because he always died in every game that we played. And it's because Genghis always attacks a city-state. And attacking and killing a city-state is like... it's the worst thing ever to do on Deity. Everyone will hate you for the rest of the game for killing a city-state. When I first started playing and streaming Deity difficulty, emboldened by my multiplayer exploits, where capturing a city-state can often be a great idea, on Deity difficulty, it is the world's worst idea. If you kill a city-state, you can guarantee that you'll get 2v1'd at some point within the next 15 turns. It's just an absolute guarantee. So I never do it anymore. As much as I'd like to, because it's a really cheap way of getting extra army. It's just... it gets you killed. And so Genghis always does it. And obviously gets himself killed. Oh, we've discovered Lake Victoria. I know where. It's our auto-explore scout. Oh, nice. Lake Victoria. Korea could have settled it if he didn't get killed. But Korea got killed. We are buying furs from Gustavus. So let's continue to buy furs from Mr. Gustavus. No root canals growing to pop 20. Nice. And then I really wish we could get a hold of Bogota. But we need gold for that. We really could do with building a bank. See, hypothetically speaking, and not as in any kind of real strategy, if you capture and kill a city-state before meeting anyone else in the world, do they still get pissed off? I believe not, no. I mean, Genghis is too busy building military to settle any real cities. But yeah, like, if you can kill a CS without actually ever meeting anyone, it's okay. Alright, let's try and just speed up our play a little bit. See if we can speed our way through some of these initial turns. We've got an artist, which means that we can now afford to fill the Sistine Chapel. We can look here, we can fill the Sistine now. So we're going to turn this into a great work. And we're going to turn this into a great work. We've got 2 Japanese, great artists it seems. And we can put them in here for the theming bonus. So the way theming bonuses work, for anybody who doesn't know, if you hover over the +0 thing in the tourism screen, which you can open by clicking the briefcase in the top right of your screen, hover over something that's got multiple slots and it will tell you how to grab the theming bonus. For the Sistine Chapel, the theming bonus says are all filled with art from the same era and civilization, which is why we were holding on to our great artists. We could have turned the great artists into great works immediately, but then there's no guarantee that at some point in the game we'll have 2 great works from the same era. In fact, the likelihood is quite low. So we waited until we were guaranteed to have 2 artists and then turned them into great works at once. Because we turned them into great works in the same era, now we can meet the theming bonus for the Sistine Chapel. So we're up to +6. By the way, someone asked earlier, why not any open borders for, you know, the tourism border expansion stuff? Well, the reason is because right now we're basically generating 0 tourism. The amount of tourism we're generating right now is non-existent, effectively. And so that means that open borders aren't working in our favor when we're not actually generating any tourism. So you only want to have open borders with AI when it's working in your favor, and right now it's not working in our favor. We lost our friendship with Arabia. I guess we didn't get it back. I'd like to get it with Germany. Denouncing Greece would really do us well. Alright, Faram says, I'm headed off, J-Law. Thanks for the chat and have a great evening. You have a great evening too, Faram. See you later. Yeah, city-states are generally more valuable when they're alive too. It's true. Oh, friends with Germany. That's what I wanted. Brilliant.
Min vän, det är min övertygelse att den uppgörelse kan gagna.
We've got a spare citrus. That's nice. I want to save it for a trade. Yeah, open borders are only valuable when you've got like 70 tourism per turn or more, Nizef. I'd agree. So we're not doing it right now, so open borders just aren't valuable, period.
Ah, välkommen.
We should get a research agreement with Germany.
Mycket bra.
Now that we're friends. I'm trying to get more spices. We're going to generate a scientist in 2 turns. We need to start working our slots now. And we're going to generate this one, so we need to stop working that slot. It's fine. We could do with factories, but it's much more important for us to get into radio first. I'm actually going to do the Oxford University route. Electricity, and then for factories. No root canal grew to pop 21. It's kind of insane growth in no root canal. And do we try for the Louvre now? I mean, the Louvre isn't gone. And we are going to get a social policy this turn. So if we want to go for the Louvre, we should try for the Louvre. I feel like we can afford to do it. So maybe let's go for the Louvre. And open exploration and just try for it. As we could do with another place to put slots. And what's so nice about the Louvre is you only need 2 more artists to get the Louvre. Because you can fill the other 2 slots with artifacts. So it's not like the Uffizi that needs 3 real artists. We also need to build the Hermitage soon. Like really soon. It's kind of not good how long we've waited to build the Hermitage right about now. Does giving open borders improve relationships? Yes, it does. If you need to, you can give open borders to an AI to make them like you more. Okay. Need to start producing zoos, actually. But in here, it's a market. Embargo. I don't want city-states to be embargoed, although it doesn't matter. I don't need silk to get banned. So let's avoid that if we can. Another writer coming. We need somewhere to put the great writer. Now, this is one of the reasons to use up your Oxford University really early on a tourism run. Because if you don't get the Globe Theatre, Oxford University is the only place for you to be able to get slots for great works of writing. So by completing the Oxford University early on, now, we get ourselves the slots and working the great works of writing for longer. So let's go ahead and do that. And we can make sure to get radio. I believe we'll be the first Civ in the modern era. We'll certainly be the first Civ to radio. We are the first Civ in the modern era, so we can take radio for free. That means we get to choose Ideology next turn. We've border grown to these spices. That's exactly what I wanted to do by chopping down the jungle. Babylon has grown. Are we going to get this hill improved? Nearly. Everything failed. That's good. And now we finished at Oxford University. Let's check out the theming bonus. Oxford needs writing from different eras and from civilizations other than the city owner. And so now we can go to the swap great works screen and we can get ourselves an Arabian medieval. So we need to burn one of our writers, Barca. So they need to be different eras and different civs other than the city owner. So we can't have 2 Renaissance era great works of writing, let's say, and we can't have 2 Arabian great works. So we'll swap this for our own modern for an Arabian medieval because it can't be from our own civilization. And then we'll go and do another one.
Tom opened his...
And we will now go away and we will swap this German Renaissance for our Arabian modern. And that way, we now meet the theming bonus for Oxford University, and we've got plus 12 tourism. Now we have to decide where to start putting our spy. I think our most likely person to get allies with is Sidon. Although actually, we should probably just put this in Larsa, because faith is going to be like the last thing that we need to win this game. So we should probably just be diligent and put... Oh, it's Ife. Not Larsa, it's Ife. There we go. Put this in Ife. And then we need to work on GPT badly. What free tech can give a tech like printing press? I mean, the free tech, you mean radio? Like using it for the free... Oh, no, we've gone in for radio and I've not actually gone for one of these wonders. That's really bad. We should have gone for one. I'm going to Oxford down Eiffel. Or no, I'm engineer down Eiffel. And then we're going to try and build Broadway. And we can choose ideology. We're going to choose freedom here for sure. Because we're on a tourism run. The reason we can take avant-garde. And we can take civil society. The reason we choose freedom for a tourism run is because freedom has this policy down the bottom. 34% tourism generated by cities with a broadcast tower. So that's what we want. It's like the best tourism policy that we can get. The only other tourism that's available is the tourism that you can get from autocracies. Well, what's it called in autocracy now? The one that gives you tourism for each great person that you generate. I forget the name of it actually. Futurism it's called. The autocracy futurism policy stuff. The only other place to get tourism is from futurism. But if you generate like 15 great people, it only amounts to like 3,700 tourism. And when you have to overtake 34,000 tourism against AI, it's not worth it. Or it doesn't really make a meaningful difference, whereas the broadcast tower one does. Yeah, building Oxford, yeah, and futurism. Yeah, Oxford does give a nice free tech. We're going for Eiffel because it also gives us a happiness bonus. Although we do need Broadway too, because it's like... We will be able to build Sydney Opera House, but Broadway's a better place to be putting musicians. We just generated another musician. I talk about Broadway being the better place to put musicians because Broadway has more slots available, so you get a bigger theming bonus for it. This cargo needs to go back to Babylon. Need to sell our horse. Arabia's not giving us good deals on the horse anymore. Apparently North Sweden. That's probably because we voted down this thing. We're actually, by the way, on 81 population on turn 122. I usually aim for 85 population, turn 160 on a 4-city empire, and we're going to be there by turn 130 even, which is brilliant. Yeah, sometimes it might be much more than 34,000 culture. Yeah, that's true. Be aware of the Broadway bonus. Yeah. Broadway is nice. Broadway is nice, the free musician. I am very well aware of it. I'm just going to start generating musicians, and then when the cost gets down to 0, we'll stop working the Musicians Guild and delete it. I guess we can go get some more iron online. I need to try and bring the price of building Broadway down. Oh, great. We can trade with AIs now. Dice for citrus. Nothing really else that we can do, but we got more happiness. We're actually getting another engineer, which I guess we'll use on the Louvre. Or we could use it for the Ideology Wonder, but I don't really want to... Like, if we have to, we can hard build the Ideology Wonder. Yeah, market. We need the Hermitage at some point. If we have to, we can build the Ideology Wonder. How are we barely friends? But this is why I don't put spies in hostile city states. Because we're still not even friends with Bogota, and we've rigged like 4 times. We just need to keep working on gold, because gold is an issue now. We've only got 500. I mean, we could give gold to Bogota. 500. Which might be a good idea. Not sure. Yeah, 3 great musicians from the same era. Yeah, I know that. You get a free musician for completing Broadway, don't you? Yeah, 3 great musicians. So I've already got 2, so I'm waiting to use these 2 musicians up with the Broadway bonus. I believe we can get the Louvre. That'd be nice. Real Canal grew, Babylon grew, and our research agreement came through. Now, we should probably go straight back to factories. And I'm looking for banks. Oh, nice. This windmill's done. I don't normally build windmills, but here's the thing. One of the worst things about Cultural Victory is that, like, not only do you have to go through all this ridiculousness building world wonders that are no good for anything other than Cultural Victory, it's got, like, it's the worst, it's the most difficult victory to pull off, because it's also the victory which requires the most buildings. Like, it's kind of insane how everything stacks up to go against you on a Cultural Victory, but it's also the victory type that requires you to build the most buildings, which I think is so strange, which makes it terrifically difficult. So I would normally never build a windmill, but you've got so many extra buildings to build in the late game when you're running on a Cultural Victory that the windmill is actually almost worth it. OJB says, is it worth one-turning the Louvre before going back to Broadway? I don't know. I probably will. German autocracy. We will need happiness from zoos, so I think we've got to start building a zoo in Akkad. But at least we're up to some number of GPT. It's not very good again. Veg says, Order has 2 tourism policies, although not very good ones. Cultural Revolution, which is 34% tourism to other order civs. And Dictatorship of the Proletariat, 34% more tourism to civs with less happiness. Yeah, that's not a bad policy, but, like, I guess the thing with Deity difficulty is the likelihood of having the same ideology as another AI is pretty damn low, unfortunately. We need to take happiness here. And then the likelihood of having more happiness than a Deity AI is also sadly pretty damn low. We can start open borders with this guy now. We've got 24 tourism. Alright, we got this engineer. Does anyone else have radio? I don't think so. Someone else is in the modern era, but I believe they've gone in on flight. So no one else has radio. Which means we could... Yeah, let's do this. This city doesn't really need to grow anymore. We can probably stop growing all of these cities soon. And then stock exchange feels good. We can actually build the Hermitage. We actually need to get this engineer back to the capital anyway, so we can wait. Apparently Germany's still host. World's Fair's coming. We need that. Apparently we can get gems off Alexander. We can't give horses away for it anymore, but we'll buy his happiness. Need more gold. Having both Broadway and Louvre is very nice, but of course not absolutely necessary. Exactly. We'll go for it. I'm going to take it. Louvre is the one we're at most risk of losing, because there are no AIs, no other AIs in. Here is another artist. That's good. We need that for the Louvre. There are no other AIs in radio. We don't think yet, but other AIs could well be in archaeology. Do we need biology now? What do we need to go for? Is it hotels? No. I think we just look for research labs now. And statue. Alexander seems to like us all of a sudden. He wants to buy all of our gear. Not sure why that is. I guess our deals with him ended. We need to avoid annoying all of the AIs if at all possible. He's buying all of our stuff. Alright. He's actually bought almost all of our stuff. Wow. Yeah, oh, Veg says, good luck with the game, PC. I'm signing off for that. Alright, see you later, Black Vegetable. Have a good evening. OJB says, Arabia is in archaeology. Good point, Arabia is, aren't they? Oh, you know what? We're in archaeology. Which means we need to build archaeologists. But this is a massive... Archaeologists are so expensive, it's unreal. We actually need to get in here and stand on our archaeological dig sites. So let's get our workers over and stand on everything we can. Need to stand on that one and that one. We got this spare pikeman. Let's go and get that ready to stand on some stuff. There's this dig site over there that we need to get stood on. So how many dig sites do we have access to? 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, there's only 4? Wait, we got these 2 up here in Akkad. We got the 3rd in here. We got a 4th down here. And do we have any anywhere else? Like any in our own territory? We apparently don't have any inside our own territory. So we've got access to 4 right now. And then how do we get more dig sites? Because we kind of need more dig sites. Need to go running through like Arabian territory or Greek territory. Not sure. We've only got 4 dig sites. Yeah, labs, hotels, then Russia Telecoms. Sounds about right. Thanks, Nisef. Apparently we've only got access to 4 sites, so we need to make sure not to lose any. It's really slim pickings, though. There any just over here? Yeah, there's one next to Zanzibar, so we want that. There's actually 3 down here. So let's get everyone out there. And then this pike that we can bring this pike down to this one. So we want to get all of those dig sites. That's where we want our first archaeologists to go for. Always denounce Korea. Maybe. Rigged some elections. That's good. Real canal is just growing. Work a windmill slot. We can probably go back to working scientists. We actually can't yet. This bank is done. We now need to build an archaeologist. And we need to do what? So this is going up here. This worker is supposed to be going on there. This worker can come over here and get our coal. This worker in here needs to go and do something with dig sites. We've got this one standing on that one. So that covers our 4 actually, because we're going to cover this one with our pike. Going down here. Then this comes over, say, here. And we got this one. Actually, this one can go here. And then this one behind it can go here. And we'll just have to send our first archaeologist to one of the other ones. So it looks like we've got everything defended. Broadway nearly complete. No root canal is just growing like a steam train. Nikola Tesla. I mean, if we 1 turn the Louvre, we will finish Broadway in 1 turn after because of production overflow. So I'm going to go for the Louvre now. I hope we get it. Fingers crossed. Nice. And the Louvre's a free great artist. So that's really cool. And then 1 turn left on Broadway. So brilliant. We got the Louvre as well. So we've got immediately two archaeological dig site slots, which is quite good. That's very important. Come on, Pike. Head down here. We need to choose production. We got a zoo in here. We need to build 1 archaeologist before we go anywhere. And then we need to build a hermitage in the capital. We also need to build a museum somewhere. But at least we can afford to store 4 slots in the Louvre for now. So we got a bit of room. Yeah, worked out fantastic. Yeah, that's true. Keep in mind World's Fair soon. Oh, man. Oh, World's Fair always comes at an awkward point in time. Let's hope we get the Broadway. That's big because it comes like 1 turn before we generate the musician too. There we go. We got Broadway. We got our free great musician. And now, Broadway, if we go check its theming bonus, it's all filled with music from the same era and civilization. We've got 1, 2, 3 musicians. So we can turn them all into great works of music. Al Capone got made. Steve Reich does Electric Counterpoint 3 Fast. And Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart does Eine kleine Nachtmusik. And we can go and we can put all of these inside Broadway and get the theming bonus of +3. Great stuff. We're growing into some weird spaces here. I need to work scientist slots again in the cap. I would like 1 more engineer if we can get it. This one's in 8 turns. Which looks like means we're going to get it. Nice. 4 turns for a museum in Root Canal now. The question is, do we want to go for Sydney Opera House? Because that needs 2 great works of music. So if we can generate 2 more musicians, that might be worth it. But I don't know. This is more or less in the bag now, says Nizif. Well done. But we'll see. Grankaduk, damn, that German pronunciation was clean. I studied German when I was in high school, or your version of English high school anyway. Raptor Crasher asks, do you ever fill the slots for buildings, or are wonders more important? So, I mean, you're talking about filling these random building slots like amphitheaters and opera houses. Wonders are more important because you can get theming bonuses, so you get like 50% extra per great work, which matters a lot. That's why the wonders are so important. But also, buildings that you can just build in your own cities, they don't get you anywhere near as... Basically, you can generate many more great works than slots that you can have in buildings from your own cities. That's why wonders are so important. But it's also why you don't need that many wonders, because there are only so many great works that you can actually generate. Building more wonders than number of great works that you can generate is highly redundant for the purposes of a tourism victory. So that's why you only need like 5 or 4 world wonders with slots on to win a tourism victory, because you can't actually generate enough great people to fill the rest of the slots. So we've arguably got enough right now, because we can also build Hermitage. And we might go for Sydney Opera House, I don't know yet, but we've arguably already got enough here. We're never going to be able to generate any more than that. That's why it always sucks that Globe Theatre gets built so easily by the AI, because you can very easily generate 4 great writers, but there's like no way of getting writer slots at all apart from with the Globe Theatre. And Globe Theatre even gives you a free writer, so it's a shame. OJB asks, I haven't done a tourism attempt in like 5 years. Do the archaeologists need to chop forests to dig up the artifact? I do believe they take longer. Sydney Opera House is a poor man's Broadway. Yeah, exactly. Mostly needed if you don't get Broadway. I absolutely agree. I'm actually going to try and chop it down and see. We'll see how long it takes. I'm expecting it to be like 8 turns or 10 turns with a forest on it. So we'll see. But yeah, it is like a poor man's Broadway. But in our case, we might be able to get both because of how soon these musicians could turn around, because we got this Garden City working double musicians guilds. But yeah, they take longer with forest and jungle. But we're going to like go for it and see what we can get. I'm hoping that we can get a couple of these down here, because that'll be big. I'll go to Babylon for food. Yep. We're actually up to 25 pop in Babylon now, which I wasn't expecting, but that's because we got off to such great early growth that we can afford to grow slower later. We've got our first archaeologist, which needs to go over here. It's okay for us to get our own ones last because we've got them covered by workers. What you want to do is make sure you're getting all the archaeological dig sites that you haven't covered first, because AIs can't dig them up if we're standing on them. What are we going to do with these artists, though? We've got 2 artists already. And if we go and look at the Louvre bonus, we need 2 great works of art and 2 artifacts, with all 4 belonging to different eras and different civilizations. So we need to make sure to get some art. Now, one of them can be our own. So we're actually just looking for one art from an AI here. And we're gonna get another artist anyway, aren't we, at some point? When's the next artist coming? 17 turns, so the answer is absolutely yes. So I'm gonna like give up both now and then swap for those AI great works. And then we can customize. So I need to give away my Babylonian moderns. Not my Babylonian industrials. So I can get this Renaissance for a Babylonian modern. And I can get this medieval for a Babylonian modern. And we can house them in the Louvre for now. And hopefully our artifacts won't be medieval and modern era. Need an archaeologist. We've got one archaeologist out right now and we're building 4. Which is about as many as we can house. So that's okay. Museums, you need them fast. Yes, I do. But we've also got a bit of room to hold all of the stuff. Maybe actually I should build one museum in Babylon. Now you mentioned it. I think that would be a good idea. I can't do it, I think, because we haven't got an opera house. So I'm going to build the museum here. Spices to Bismarck ended. We need that back. Apparently I've got loads of spices. Because we need to trade with Harun al-Rashid. And then, yeah, because we actually do kind of need to go for Hermitage at some point. But getting an archaeologist up and running is kind of more important than that. Our real canal doesn't need to grow anymore. I'm going to send it production. And there's Victor Hugo. He's a great writer. Lord knows what we're going to do with him. We're not going to get any more slots. So we should probably just turn Victor Hugo into a great work.
The greatest.
And just hold him in the capital, which we can. Les Miserables. Yeah, great art slots and artifacts are interchangeable. Yeah, exactly. So, but I'm actually thinking about we might run out of art slots if we don't build one museum. Which is what I'm thinking about right now. Now we need to come out here to get these slots that we're going to stand on. Oh, really? Barb Crossbowman out here? Need another archaeologist. More Indiana Joneses. 2 turns for the coal. And then no root canal. It's already grown enough, so no root canal needs production. Oh, we've discovered the other Great Barrier Reef. Oh, I was waiting. Look at that. The one time I never needed a city-state quest for a natural wonder, we knew where it was. How are we gonna... Is this thing even gonna survive? I don't know why it didn't attack. I guess there's something else there. No root canal grows. I guess we can go back to working some scientist slots. Because we're only going to generate one more engineer. ICAD grows. Probably the same here. We can start digging up our own slots now. Because we're going to get a third one down here. In fact, this one can go and dig us up the final slots down here, which means we can start digging our own ones up. Another archaeologist. We don't want to buy a mosque. We need to get a hermitage. And there's a musician. I've generated this in case we go for Sydney, because I wanted to see how long the next one was. 19 turns. So I guess we're not going for Sydney Opera House. So we've got these 3 archaeologists on the road now. Border grown to the coal. How many coals is it? 7. Nice. And we can finally open secularism. It's been a while. Arts funding sounds good. World's Fair's gonna pass, so we can just vote for arts funding. Arts funding probably would have passed too. Four turns on the dig site. Bring the musician back. Keep buying the silk. We need more archaeologists. Yep, it all passed, so we need to do the World's Fair now. I don't know where this bar... Oh, there's the barb camp down there. So now we need to work World's Fair. That's really annoying. I didn't want to have to put turns into World's Fair right now. But we kind of have to, and it is a free social policy. The funny thing with cultural victory is that your culture is rubbish for like most of the game. And then for the last 30 turns, it's absolutely obscene.
Assalamu alaikum.
You can sell iron to Germany.
Vorwärts.
Okay, well, how many... We need at least 234.5. We don't really need to win it. Although winning it would get us through aesthetics faster. These Swedish caravels are being absolute troopers, taking those archer shots over our scout. Can we do anything in Akkad? Because we need to... There's surely a better way to organize these tiles. I don't want to generate this scientist. What happened to the engineer? Did we just generate it? No, we haven't yet. Yeah, there we go. I'd rather work the hill in Babylon, because Babylon's got a lot of catching up to do. For now, at least. Straight to plastics. We've got this furs here that we can buy back. Oh, no, we can't anymore. 7 gold per turn, iron and horses. 6. Okay, that's fine. We've already got 220 in here. I mean, we might actually win it. I mean, it's good to make sure that AI doesn't win it, so they don't get like a massive boost to tourism. We need to just try and dig this up. There's porcelain tower. Good job we didn't need it. This dig site is open now. I'm just going to start digging on it. We'll send this one over there, and we'll send this one here. We rigged a bunch of elections again, which means we're friends with quite a lot of stuff. And we got our first archaeology set, an Arabian artifact. Nice. So what is that? We can... It's Arabian classical, so we currently got medieval, Renaissance, classical. An ancient era that's not Arabian would complete the set. Generating this musician wasn't really worth it. Where the World's Fair is actually going to finish next turn, I think. We kind of need a Hermitage. That's going to make sure that we can get through our social policies. Hermitage is quite late for a cultural victory. I like to build it like turn 130 or turn 120 on culture runs. I'm quite late to Hermitage right now. Oh, we didn't win the World's Fair. But at least we got the social policy. There's nothing we could do about it. We just got blitzed in production. Free social policy is good. We want to just take humanism, I guess, for great scientists now. No, but actually, production towards museums and broadcast towers would help quite a lot. I'm going to take that instead. I'm usually pretty sure it's better to go down the... We need another archaeologist. I think, how many have we got in the field? 5, and we needed to go up to like a total of 7. Actually, yeah. So we got 4, so we've had 5. We need to go up to a total of 7. Really? Try and get this quickly. Maybe get open borders. Oh, we've already got them, do we? Yeah, we do. Okay, good. So we got 4 in the field. We've already dug one up. That takes us to 5, 6, 7. Which means we get this one, we get this one. And then we need to get this one with the one that we're doing now. And then we got these 3. And that is all we're projecting to collect, I think. And we've got a museum, have we, in Babylon? Just to make sure we've got space to put all of this stuff. We've got a museum in... Oh, we've got a museum in Real Canal. Yes, okay. We need a museum in Babylon at some point. Robert Goddard could come over for a wonder at some point. Might be a statue, might not be. I can't really say I've decided. We need factories. Yes, Sweden still doesn't like us. We're making no inroads. Oh, well, we've got 1,700 gold all of a sudden. Which I did not expect. We never did have a Never did redo the research agreement with Germany. We've got a ton of gold, which means we might as well just buy Alexander out of Bogota. No, I'd quite like to befriend Ife, because that's quite a lot of faith. Lake Victoria, we're chilling around right now. And this archaeologist needs to go and grab us. Maybe this one? Come up this way. Oh no, because we've got this one coming from there. Whoops. Crankaduke says, that moment when you realise you can liberate a city-state to get rid of warmonger scores, so you move up your army, declare war, kill the enemy units and get the city to 0 HP. And realise you forgot to bring a capture unit. Yeah, F indeed. We need factories. We shouldn't be building a stock exchange in Real Canal, but we finished it now. We need to be building the Statue of Liberty. 9 turns. 3-turn factory. No AIs. I mean, what AIs are even freedom? None. It's just us. We can probably afford to wait a bit for statue. We've generated our last engineer. We're not getting any more, so we can afford to go full-blown scientists now. In fact, we should probably go for the banks and the stock exchange slots, the market slots too, because we're now freedom. And we're getting a load of food from that. Same here in the cap. I mean, in the cap it's a bit different. But we could do with working all of the scientist slots we can. Giving up production to do it though isn't great, but we're going to do that anyway. In here, we can do it. We're growing a lot. So we can afford to give up food. And in here, I think we can afford to give up. I mean, we're not generating much anyway. But we can afford to maybe give up some food to work all these slots again. We can improve this hill though. Let's get the worker there. Start archaeologisting. One of these needs to go down here. The other needs to go actually on the dig site. There we go. We can stop garrisoning that. We can actually stop garrisoning this too. Choose archaeology. Zanzibar artifact. What do we get? We got a Zanzibar medieval. So only a Babylonian modern is available. So I think if we get rid of this Arabian medieval, or I'm pretty sure 2 medieval eras, not from the city owner, will get us a theming bonus. Oh wait, because it has to be, what does it have to be? Same era and then other civs. Same era, and either both from the city civilization or both from civilizations other than the city owner. So Zanzibar medieval and an Arabian medieval, shouldn't that work? So both art or artifact. Oh wait, Zanzibar. Oh, so these are art. That's why. Okay. So what do we got? So if I got rid of this Arabian medieval artifact, this would work, wouldn't it? Or like Arabian medieval for a Babylonian modern or something. I think that would work. But we might as well wait to see what artifacts we get yet, because we don't need to stress about it. Aurora's gone. That's a decent timing for Aurora, really, from the AI. We can stop growing now in most of our cities. Real Canal could really do with working that. We can actually grow. Oh, we are going to grow to it. It's fine. Dig. 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 Dig everything. Steal cultural heritage. These Swedish caravels have been absolute troopers for us. Taking archer shots all day long. German artifact. Now what do we need? Probably should just start working down rationalism. Our culture's ramping up now because we got all of these great works all of a sudden. Real Canal, yes, you can stop growing now. I need to start improving this. Okay, so what was this one? So we're looking at a German classical and an Arabian classical. So that's the theming bonus there. Do I need any more? We can get out of here now. Do I need any more museums? I've only got 1, 2... Oh, no, we got tons of spots left. That's fine. Because of the Hermitage. This cargo was going to No Root Canal. Send it for production. You should play Sweden 1 GPT for the damages caused to their caravels. Yeah, maybe. It's genuinely worth it to us. Sweden stole archaeology. We're going to let his transgression slide because we need the world to like us, not to hate us. Need to build museums. So we're basically stopping growing now at 95 population, which is excellent. We should be finishing this dig site here. Babylonian artifact. What did we get? We have a Babylonian classical. Medieval, Renaissance, medieval. Yeah, so we're not really looking at anything good yet. See what else we can find. Auto Explorer is E. And we are now quite happy to generate great scientists, so we're going to keep going for that. Labs soon. We're going to mostly have factories done in time for them. This is a good lab timing considering we've done archaeology. But that is why Babylon is so powerful. What are we going to get then from our dig sites? IF artifact or a Sidon artifact? I guess we can go for an IF artifact. I don't know why it's an IF artifact. IF's miles away. But anyway. And a Babylonian artifact. And we've got one more artifact to come in. So what do we have? So now we've got IF Ancient, Babylon Classical. So I think if we swap this Medieval out for the Babylon Classical and bring in the IF Ancient. Yep, that's the 4 theming bonus from the Louvre. Okay. So we've got a Babylon Ancient and a Zanzibar Medieval. So we need to see what else we've got. We're only going to get one more dig site in. Unless we can see any more dig sites. That's all we're going to get. I'm kind of fine with that being all we get, but we'll see. Never mind, he's a spying scandal, yeah. Worth trying to see if you can get the We've Traded recently modifier. Yeah, it might be worth it, actually. I mean, you're not really overvaluing it. It's probably actually quite a shrewd choice. Like, give away 4 and 1 here. To try and get the We've Traded recently with anyone that we're not friends with. Alexander, it would be quite nice to get it with. So we can try and do it. Because we need to make sure that we can get open borders with everybody. And we should start now, actually. That's like the one thing why this is another thing why tourism is just so difficult in Deity. Because an AI will often just like hate you for no reason. And then that will stop you from being able to get a crucial open borders or something. So yeah, we'll do it now. So we've got all of the open borders we need. And we're only just generating real tourism, so I don't know if our tourism's any good with anyone yet. We're quite a way behind Germany. Germany's going to be... I mean, Germany's got tons. Everyone else has got nothing. So Germany is clearly going to be the worry this game. Alright, what's this dig site? A German artifact. Okay. So what do we have? German Classical, Zanzibar Medieval, Babylon Ancient. There's 2 German Classicals down here. So what's the deal with these things? What do I need? Same era and either both from the city civilization or both from civilizations other than the city owner. So a double German Classical actually works. And then I have an Arabian Classical now. A Babylonian Ancient and a Zanzibar Medieval. So like 2 Babylon Classicals would work. And then I've got this Arabian Classical. Or this Zanzibar Medieval. So I think there's something that we could do with our artists here. But we need another museum. We've got labs. Look for hotels. Probably should stop to build a lab. 5 turns. I want to get a museum, though, so that we can start doing some of these theming bonuses. Lab, 4 turns. Lab, 6 turns after the museum. Sounds good. Here's our first scientist. They generate really quick as Babylon, so that's good. That's when it's time for the peaceful measures, exactly, when there's loads. Having 1 culturally able AI in the game is usually better than having 2 semi-able. It's true, because we can focus throwing all of our musicians into Germany. It's just a shame Germany's so far away. We're generating loads of tourism now. That's good. I feel like there's a way we should be able to organise our great people to get maximal theming bonuses out of this. So I'm going to try it. We've discovered oil. We've just generated an artist too, which means we should be able to do it. So let's see what we can do. So we can now try out another museum. So how about 2 Arabian classicals? No. Babylon Ancient, If Ancient, Babylon Classical, Zanzibar Medieval, and like a... No. Babylon Ancient, Zanzibar Medieval. We're doing a Babylon Classical right now. If Ancient, Babylon Ancient. So that's not going to work, is it? Because we don't quite have the right ones. And then... So we've got these 2 German classicals that are clearly doing some work for us. What else is available? We've got another Arabian classical artifact and a Greek ancient artifact. So I feel like we should be able to tailor this. So a Greek ancient artifact over this Arabian classical would do it, wouldn't it? No, we trade our Babylonian ancient for the Greek ancient. Because we need the same era and civilizations other than the city owner. So I think it's as simple as taking this Arabian classical for our Babylonian ancient. And then there we go, we got +2. And then we're just chilling in the Hermitage, but the Hermitage needs art. So there we go, this is about as good as we're going to do. We got all of our theming bonuses. The only thing that we could do is fill Hermitage. We have 1 artist. We might, if we get another artist at some point, which we will do in... We can't tell because we just generated our artist, but soon maybe. And then we've got this scientist that can just wait. But yeah, build a settler and give the new city to Bismarck. Yeah, trade route with Germany is going to be super necessary. It's almost worth just, in this city after the lab, we'll just build a trade route. Might as well get it now, I guess, because it's gold. Oh, oil. Nice. It's a good tile. Okay, well, we got all of our theming bonuses sorted. So now it's about stacking the bonuses. We've got 500 science pre-labs. That's good. Rigging all of our elections. And here is the trade route that we want to try and send to Germany if we can. Have we got any available? We actually don't right now. I bet if we build a harbour somewhere, it'll be available though. Germany's got to have a coastal city. I mean, maybe it doesn't. No, Frankfurt's coastal. Build a harbour somewhere. Need a research lab, really. 2-turn harbour. 1-turn a harbour here. See what we can get. Wait. Calculus is hard. Yeah, it is. Yeah, tons of oil near Babylon, I know. It's great. It's a shame they're all on rubbish tiles that we can't afford to work. We need to generate 1 more artist and we can even fill the Hermitage. The writers we can save. Take free thought. And then we really don't want to we don't want to do anything now because otherwise the AIs will hate us for it. So we'll just abstain in the World's Congress. Other AIs haven't gotten freedom, so we're not at risk of losing statue. Sweden's miles behind. Where can we go now? Most gold. Dusseldorf. Done. So that's the trade route we wanted. Nanu. We only really need to put diplomats in Germany too. Yeah, all of this stuff passed, which is annoying, but we can't really do anything about it. We didn't want to annoy them at the end of the day. We do need to get museums everywhere. We've actually got one in the cap. I'm going to move these, consolidate all of this in the capital, because the capital can get more modifiers. Germany has denounced Arabia. That sucks. He's breaking down our friendships, which I do not like. I mean, Germany's the important... Oh, I generated another musician. I didn't want to do that. Oh, well. So how long until the next musician now? I mean, it's 20 turns. So I guess that'll be the one that we generate when we get the internet. But it just makes the second one after the internet more expensive, which I don't like. Lab is done. We need to build broadcast towers, stock exchanges. What do we need? Hotel? I guess we can go for... I mean, we need both. So the hotel and the broadcast tower. So we'll go for them. And now we need to push for Sydney and the internet. And we also kind of need airports at some point, don't we? What do we need down here? I mean, chemistry and fertilizer we might as well just get. I guess Christo. We didn't need that. It would have been nice to get Christo, but we didn't need it. Yeah, let's keep buying that. We've actually got crab, which our cities want, but there's no need for us to have them now. Chemistry done. Apparently we were trading a lot with Alexander. Oh yeah, that was that ream of horse deals that we sold him. Oh, he doesn't do anything. He doesn't do good deals for us anymore. Oh, not to worry. Hotels and broadcast towers needed. Oh, this oil is pretty good. We've got a ton of oil. We can maybe trade him oil for... He doesn't actually want oil. He wants horses, so why don't he... Why won't you give us crab? Okay. And then he wants horses again, so give us marble. Well, that's worked out okay. Minus 26 GPT sounds a bit ludicrous right now. Need to work a lab slot. Taking off gold hasn't helped our GPT very much. But we can just sell Germany oil. So let's just give away all the oil we've got to equalize our gold per turn. That'll do. This was going to Babylon for food. That can be Babylon for production. I love that. I love that we'll just accept the horse for the luck steals. Yeah, I know, the AI. It's so strange sometimes, isn't it? What the AI will and won't do. Actually, I want to swap these two over. I'm never going to forget we've got an engineer, but I will forget that we've got a musician. We need one more artist. So that we can fill the Hermitage slots. Swedish order, of course. So no AIs have gone our ideology. And 162 statues, one of the latest statues I'll ever do. No root canal, got Richard Feynman. I seem to always get Richard Feynman. Yeah, so we're looking for Sydney, which is up that way. Not bad. And then we want to go for the internet and then double back for airports. We've got this lab finished as well. We can work every slot we can in here because the engineers are going to take so long to get generated. We should work every slot for the purposes of secularism. In here, we need to work a lab slot too. I guess we'll grow in a minute. Yeah, AI is really dumb. It's quite funny to think so. Everyone's warring Alex. I don't mind. Usually Alex is a massive problem when it comes to culture. But this game he's just got none. The only problem is Germany. Oh, we got a trade route here. And shared religion with Arabia. Whereas we don't have shared religion with Germany. We do need that diplomat. But we're going to be in the atomic era soon enough. Which is why I'm not like stretching for a diplomat. Hotels and broadcast towers upcoming. I mean, since we've got no competition, it's almost like we should be building hotels and broadcast towers over statue. Our demands on our capital's production queue are quite obscene right now. We need to go up for broadcast tower tourism. More culture from Great Works is kind of pointless for us. Mint banks and stock exchanges works a lot better. Because the culture doesn't matter. We're going to have tons in like 1 minute. So more culture really doesn't matter for us right now. We just need tourism. So I guess we will go for Sydney. We've got that engineer sitting around that really can do nothing else but get a Sydney Opera House. That was done turn 160, so 168 is when we want to start bulbing. That's basically when we're going to get the internet, because it's a pretty short trip to get to the internet from Atomic Theory. And then we want to come back for airports. Need to be aware of when our musician is getting generated. But our musician is still quite a long way off yet. It's 14 turns. Fertilizer got stolen. Okay. Hotel, museum and broadcast tower. Work the lab slot. We're going to grow, so we can just do that. We're going to get a free social policy in a minute, which we can use to take a level 2 tenant. Probably just going to use it to take military so that we don't get killed. There's nothing useful for tourism in level 2 of freedom, I don't think. And we're going to get enough for two musician purchases, I think, which is really quite crucial. I almost want to try and get ourselves allies with IFE. So how can we do that? Akkad grew. Akkad doesn't need to grow anymore, so we can stop growth in Akkad. Got tons of food here, so we can just take all of our food off. And that'll do. We need to trade with Sweden again. Cotton for spices. We got minus 30 gold per turn. How about cotton for spices and like a horse? 2 horse. 3 horse. Wow, okay. You won't do it. So much for that. Doesn't matter anyway, really. Plato, nice. How far behind? 89 influence needed in IFE from Sweden. He must have just given something away. Ah, and this is porcelain in Melbourne. That's really annoying. Zanzibar is jewellery. Oh, we should rig in Zanzibar then. Yeah, not Melbourne. We want Zanzibar. Where's Zed? Because Zanzibar gives us porcelain, which gives us the quest for IFE, which is what we need to have any chance of overcoming Sweden. And we can actually trade cotton for spices with Germany. Nice. We got 30 happiness all of a sudden. Kind of crazy. But that's because we're only taking 9 public opinion negative right now. I guess the one benefit of doing tourism is that now we are finally into that point where the tourism is working in our favour. The funny thing about the tourism, even when you're doing for a tourism victory, it's incredibly difficult to... There's a free social policy. We need broadcast tower stuff. We're not getting anything from landmarks. Let's just take free infantry and be fine with it. All of the foreign legions. To ensure that we don't get killed. The funny thing about tourism is it takes you so long to get like the tourism train going. East India Company would be good. Let's build the East India Company, why not? And we want a seaport. And then we're just carrying on. An artist in 10 turns, and that will let us finish off our hermitage. Because we can get a free artist from culture. Necrosin asks, CN Tower worth it? I mean, CN Tower isn't a wonder that's really worth building because the extra population point doesn't really pay back the production you need to put into the CN Tower. But there is a tenet, the social policy and aesthetics, which gives you culture, which gives you tourism from the culture you generate from your world wonders. And so CN Tower does have no culture on it. So it genuinely doesn't make any sense. It does give a free broadcast tower in all cities, but we're building a broadcast tower everywhere before we'll get CN Tower. So sadly not. We really could do with being allies with IFE. Because that's a lot of faith that we would get from IFE. It would be like 16. But we've just got no gold because we haven't even got a bank in Babylon. Maybe we should just get a bank after this hotel. We found Mount Sinai. Just there in Germany's territory. Stock exchange now. Windmill. Windmill into stock exchange, I guess. Stables. Harbours at some point. Yeah, Sweden's starting not to like us, but it's fine. The only person that matters is Germany. Ife liking your work. Yeah, I guess so. Did you actually pronounce it Ife, Nervopus? Also, welcome to the stream. Yeah, like, you know, CN and Cristo Redentor, they come way too late to be worth it. Cristo looks good on the face of it, but because you're only collecting like 2 social policies after you build Cristo Redentor, it doesn't pay itself back. Or like, it's never a meaningful amount enough to get an extra social policy. We need to get this natural golden age. We really need stock exchanges and banks. In the worst way. We're going to get a bank in the capital soon, though. 51 behind. In Ife now. And we have our spy in Zanzibar, which is still 63 behind. We need gold to try and get Zanzibar on side. But we'll be in a golden age soon. And we'll get a bank in the cap. And a stock exchange in No Root Canal. We're being denounced by Arabia. Really? Why? I guess we need to move the foreign legions up. I mean, he's not on our borders, but... we don't really need stadiums. Probably better just to build a couple of great war bombers right now. Make sure that we don't die. Broadcast tower here. Why is Harun al-Rashid denouncing us now of all times? I don't want to ban citrus. We need to refriend Germany. This is pretty important. Atomic era next turn. Sydney Opera House is like same Civ different eras, isn't it? I'm pretty sure that's what Sydney Opera House is. But we can afford to wait until we complete Sydney Opera House to figure it out. Because we can always get an info era tech to do same Civ different eras. Yeah, I just denounces because they be dumb. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, maybe they do just denounce you when you're doing too well. It could be something like that. I don't really know. Horse for gold. Very well. Okay. He thinks we've nearly succumbed to a barbarian invasion. What a baller. Into the atomic era. We've got uranium. 3 nodes. Oh my god. Okay. Let's go for the uranium. Oh, we could do something with that. Cultural heritage sites passed. Don't mind that. Need to take broadcast tower tourism now. Media culture. And we got a spy, which is a diplomat in German territory. Berlin. Diplomat. You're doing too... oh, yeah. I don't know. Oh, I see. I mean, my chat's a bit behind right now. I'll get to chat in a minute. So broadcast tower tourism is going to come into effect for us. Oh, yeah. They denounce you because you're doing too well. I mean, probably, like, at some point in the late game, they do often just decide to do a denunciation. And we're into a golden age with plus 26 GPT. We should probably upgrade some of our foreign legions. So we don't, like, get killed at some point. I don't want to vote for Germany anymore because he might accidentally win. Arabia's killed Colombo. We probably just need to get Arabia at war with Greece. Oh, he's already at war with Greece. What is the fastest way to German territory? Like, round the back? Up the front? Probably across the ocean, I suspect. A lot of the late game denouncing is probably just ideology stuff. Yeah, it is. Like, that red modifier really does shake everything up. Yeah, I know. Telling the world of your sins, Raptor Crush, is a very weird thing, isn't it? Some of our land just gets stolen. He did. He nicked our uranium. Oh, so much for that. It's a good job we've got more. Oh, Arabia. Babylon somehow popped 29. Which I didn't really see coming. When's this? Musician in 5. And we do need to start bulbing now. And then in the capital, we do need a stock exchange. Built a great war bomber. We'll build another one. Actually, kind of need a cargo first. Seaport. Oh, no. Well, I guess we're not improving that uranium anymore. Just trying to bring all these infantry over because Arabia does seem like they might be fancying it. I mean, they've not brought any units over, but clearly they dislike us now. So I'm moving a few units over just to be safe. Yeah, AI doesn't like you for... But yeah, exactly. Like, the AI can just hate you for having city-state friends and building wonders. It's the way it happens. And in the late game, you build more wonders too because you start to be ahead in tech, which sort of leans into that fact. Like, in the early game, it's pretty impossible for the AI to hate you for building too many wonders. Oh, our spy fled city capture. Oh. And I guess if we have to put it in anywhere, the spy can go in Arabia. We lost Zanzibar. Might as well go back in Melbourne. Which is a shame. We tried Zanzibar, but it got captured. Stock exchange done, so our gold per turn is now reasonable. Sydney Opera House, we can just get with our engineer. That's why we saved it. And we finished ecology. Now we do need to go in for telecommunications. We actually don't want to do it yet, just in case. Broadcast tower's done here. A bank. Bank feels good. Stadium probably feels good. Maybe get another bomber. Highest gold to Seoul. Delete this Bowman now. We don't need that anymore. We're not going to get any research agreements coming through. No, we should. I mean, I would research agreement with Germany anymore at some point, but I don't think we need it now. Plus, we don't want to give them advantages that we don't have to give them at this point. Like, the research agreements benefit us, but now we know we've got enough tech for what we want. They don't really benefit us anymore. I don't know how fast we're going to get to the internet. Quite quickly, I guess. Okay, a free social policy and plus 50% culture in this city. Let's see what we get. The free social policy can go towards, I guess, aesthetics now. Colombo liberated. We have the seaport that's done. Stadiums for happiness. We've finished Sydney, so let's check the Sydney theming bonus. So Sydney's theming bonus is, yeah, different eras but same civilization. So we need to burn one Ziryab right now. And that is an atomic era musician. And then we need to burn one once we're in info era for an info era Babylonian musician. In the capital, what are we missing here? Because we need to build our visitor center. Oh, then that's hotels everywhere, which we now have. Lighthouse, mosque. I know, solar plant, stable, harbour, instant railroad connections will be good. Cargo ship for production to Babylon. Let's see. Well, it says with Venice in particular, since you're swimming in so much gold, you can just bribe everyone. I mean, yeah, that's very true. Like, usually you can, if you've got a lot of gold per turn, you can bribe people. It's what we're looking to do now. I mean, the only person that matters is Germany anyway, at this point. And we are rising very, very... I mean, Germany's nearly at 30k. And we're into the info era. We've generated our last artist. You can get Hannah Petros now. So with Hannah Petros, we can go and put Hannah inside Sydney, and there's another theming bonus. And Zanzibar Longship we've got there, and the artworks that we've got chilling around. So hermitages are from different eras and different civilizations. So what we do is we take artistic genius for an artist, and now we have 3 artists. And we can put this in... What was Bismarck doing? I think he was declaring war on Sweden or something. We can put this unassigned one in Arabia, maybe, with Mecca. So with the artists, we want to turn them all into great works now. All Gagawin. And we need to go for Frederick Remington. And then we need to go for Sergei Valiesevich Ivanov. I totally butchered that. And then we need to try and swap them away. So Babylonian modern, Greek modern. So there isn't any good art right now, which kind of sucks. But we do have 3 Babylonian info eras, and we got these Babylonian industrials. I don't know if we got any more art going around. Swedish Renaissance, Arabian medieval. We've got a Swedish Renaissance and an Arabian medieval, so I wonder if we could get away with... Like, this Babylon classical doesn't need to be there. If we can get like a Greek ancient, will that do here? No, because we've got an IF ancient already. But a Babylon ancient and a Greek, yeah, I'm not entirely sure that that works. Zanzibar and Arabian medieval though. Oh no, but that's an Arabian medieval piece of art. So for the Hermitage theming bonus, we can have an Arabian medieval, a Swedish Renaissance, and a Babylonian whatever. But then we can't have any more Babylonian, so we've only got 1 Greek modern going around, which is the reason why we can't get this right now. Because we need just another something else. But we should take the Greek modern while it's here. Swap it for a info era Babylon. And then just see what we can get. National Visitor Centre in 2 turns. CN Towers here. It's 8 turns to build a thing, so I'm not really interested in that. We'll just build a bomb shelter. And go for the internet. Have we got any more scientists? Yeah, we got 1 left. So we now have the internet. Now we're just looking for airports. And we are not that far away from airports, only about 5 techs. But we're going to be generating more scientists as time goes on. Yeah, the AI will denounce you for everything in the late game. It's just the way they work, I think. Alright, so we're up to 259 tourism, which is rising over everybody, almost. No need for a research agreement with Germany anymore. So now we just need to finish off aesthetics. We should just bowl both these writers to do it, I think. Because finishing aesthetics is another boost. Flourishing of the arts and cultural exchange. Because we don't need anything with these writers anymore, so we can bulb them now that we're at max culture. Flourishing of the arts and then the aesthetics finisher. 1 turn away, so that's next turn. We're starving in Babylon because we lost like a city-state ally or something, but a -1 starve is fine. So how are we doing? 54. I'm hoping that modifiers are just going to help with everyone else. Open borders with Germany is crucial. Oh no, 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 no. Sell the Musicians Guild. We don't want to generate it yet. 1 turn away. Did I do it? I sold the Musicians Guild. Whew, that was close. Yeah, 510 culture per turn is wild. Yeah, theming bonus is double when finishing aesthetics. It's really reasonably good. Yeah, well, we're up to 429 now. And we just finished aesthetics. So we're up to 469. Need to just keep building useful things in the capital. Yes, we can do a zoo. And the walls of Babylon. And a bomb shelter. Just building things like bomb shelters just in case we get nuked. Yeah, 469 is not bad. Now we've got just an airport to come. Scientist next turn. How far are we away from being able to get a musician? We need 1,000, so we're actually a good 400 away. Which is why I really wanted IFE. We actually have the goal to get IFE as well. So let's just ally IFE. 1,800 culture per turn's wild. Okay. OJB says, I'm like 10 Deity games in and happy to report I've never been nuked. It's actually pretty hard to get nuked on Deity. Because the AIs don't tend to nuke without someone else first having dropped a nuke. So as long as you haven't got like a nuker in your game, generally it's quite hard to get yourself nuked. As long as you don't start it, you can usually expect that you won't get nuked yourself. That's the way that I see it on Deity. Well, we're trying our best to get gold. Bomb shelter. Could get Neuschwanstein, actually. Let's try for it. I mean, Neuschwanstein's 5 turns in the capital. We can just buy an airport. Let's try and build something else that's useful, like a bomb shelter. We actually could do with getting a trade route. So why don't we just get a caravan in Akkad? Try and trade with someone. Not really too fussed about the gold now. Build the Manhattan project while we can. Or castle if we're going to get Neuschwanstein. Don't want to bowl this turn because otherwise we'll hit the overflow thing. Yeah, no nuker in your game, you say. Sorry, Gandhi. Yeah, I know. Yeah, sometimes you do get threatened, but Gandhi's tendency to build and use nukes is like 12 out of 10. It kind of is. Yeah, so this 33 faith per turn is pretty big. I'm hoping we can buy 2 musicians. We're just waiting now until we get airports up, and then we're just going to buy our musicians and whatnot and walk them over to Germany and hope it's enough, basically. The distance between our own cities and Hamburg's not that far. And what's actually quite important is that most of it is over sea. I guess if we need to go to war, we should build a barracks. Or castle. If we're going to get the Neuschwanstein. Go for radar. We've got radar, which means we can get airports. And now we just need to push for the Great Firewall so that Germany can't build it. Yeah. No, not Great Firewall. What are we looking for? No, it's a Great Firewall. Yeah, negates the tourism bonus from other players' internet. So that's what we need now. And that's what we want to go for. And then we can just buy an airport. 840, that's fine. Right, 556 tourism. That's what we've got. That's gone up to 950 in Germany. So 53 turns. We're less than 10 turns away from everybody else. If we got like a trade route with Sweden, or like a diplomat, or an open borders even, we'd be able to overtake Sweden. Spices and coal, that'll do. Spices. Coal. How many coal? Spices and 3 coal I'll take. That's going to get us Sweden. And now we just need to establish a trade route with Arabia, I guess. It's going to make sure we've got all the bonuses. Yeah, 6, 53, 10, and 7. So now we just need to get Germany, and that's what the musicians are for. And we've got our airport, so I guess we can generate the musicians now. I don't know what the deal is with Gandhi, actually. I've got the Sid Meier autobiography, but I haven't read far enough to figure out what the deal is with Gandhi. But at this point, I don't know whether or not it's a myth or a real thing or what. I know it's like a big meme now, but I don't know if it was actually real or not. The whole like Gandhi myth thing. Arabia looks like he really fancies it, but he's at war with Greece. I'm hoping he's not coming for us. He might be, for all we know. We need to rebuild the Musicians Guild now that we've got an airport. And we need to, I guess, just build an armory. And it's time to get the musicians now, isn't it? And then we just need to walk them over. Now, earlier I was talking about why being able to get to Germany by sea is so important. Basically, when you're moving your musicians over towards the AI that you need to do a concert tour in, they can't travel through enemy military units or civilian units, which often means you have to take a really indirect path around to get there, and it can take you forever. But because they're never going to have random stuff just in the coast, you can get to an AI across coast really easily. So the ability to actually go via ocean to get to the AI is like super useful in terms of actually being able to get your musicians in. So I'm going to buy a musician now that we had airport last turn. We can just delete the scout. And all we need to do is walk over to German territory, and we just renewed the open borders. Oh, which is great. He's actually got Dusseldorf over here. And we've got open borders with Greece. So that's like really quick to get to Dusseldorf. So I think we'll try and run into Dusseldorf via Greece, because we just redid our open borders with Greece too. Yeah, it was a real thing, but now it's just an inside joke. Yeah, I don't really know. Yeah, I mean, that's the story, isn't it? But yeah, like some sort of sloppy code thing is definitely the story, but I genuinely don't know what the deal is supposed to be. Like whether or not it's genuinely true, because you hear stories all the time about how it was actually just became a meme basically, and then at some point they decided to put it in the real game, or like all sorts of other stuff like that. You never do. I used to think that I knew, and then I found out that I don't know. We should build a railroad. See if we can get Neuschwanstein. We're being denounced by Sweden, but he doesn't matter because we've got open borders. We're also going to get him either way with the internet. Khan joins the stream today. Welcome to the stream, Khan. Says hi. Hello. Colombo. Germany now ally of IF. That's really annoying. I want to be allies of IF. How do I get to become allies with IF? Because we need that extra 8th generation. Gold from science buildings. Musician into the water. Musician get in the water. Build me an airport. Oh, really? I just walked this worker into the wrong place. Hopefully we get Neuschwanstein. That'll be a little bit of extra tourism. Oh, yeah, Gandhi. Gandhi and nukes, eh? I mean, I genuinely don't know what the meme is or whether or not it was a meme, but it's fun nonetheless. I guess we could just found a city next to us and give it to Germany. And that is a possibility. There's Neuschwanstein. That's good. Got more tourism now. Oh, the scientist. 4 turns away from being able to try and build the Great Firewall. Reese stole something. Well, I guess we can go for a bomb shelter so we don't get nuked. Military Academy in 1 turn seems legit. Yeah, see, we can travel 4 tiles with these musicians through water. And it's really quick to get to Dusseldorf, which is what we want. We lost Arabian open borders, but I don't think it matters. We got a massive bonus with him. 43 turns for Germany. Does Gandhi's nukey Mike Nuke man. I think we're nearly there. Because we've got the highest tech, don't we? We do. Bismarck is constructing the Apollo program. Oh, no, we want to build a castle here. Because that's the whole Neuschwanstein thing. I guess we can start building nuclear subs over here just for defense. Same as upgrading a couple of bombers. And our 2 musicians ready to spread our music to the world. Bismarck's done Apollo. Last time I was doing a tourism victory, I lost to science victory Germany. So I don't like seeing it. But you know. November says, next time you're in the office, spend the afternoon in the National Gallery. Oh, the National Gallery. I actually went to the Tate Modern just a couple of weeks ago. First influential culture. We're influential over someone. It is Arabia that we're influential over. Yay. Barracks. Walls of Babylon for a castle. Maybe we'll go and get our Neuschwanstein castles. Embargo Arabia sounds like a no. Oh, I don't want to... We don't need Arabia, it's fine. So I'm just going to no wine. Like, if we got embargoed, that would be pretty dreadful. But fortunately, we've not been, so it's okay. Delete the new bombers. Keep giving away oil to Germany, but we don't really need the gold anymore. And then we're going to try and build the Great Firewall so Germany can't use it to stop us. Greece still gives away all of his luxuries for horses. Chairman Harun al-Rashid of Arabia. Our people are now buying your blue jeans and listening to your pop music. I worry the rest of the world will also succumb to the influence of your culture. Exactly. The AI's inability to see the value of a castle wonder. Lol, Neuschwanstein. No way I'm spelling that. Makes me somewhat sad for them. Yeah, I mean, it's good for us, isn't it? Arabia did actually get embargoed. Culture victory is within reach. We're going to get a double Wolfpack nuclear subs and just keep spamming nuke subs. Actually, let's build the Manhattan Project now. Oh, I accidentally went for a constabulary. I don't think we need that. Let's get a castle. And the musicians. Do we not have open borders with... No, we do. It's just there's a unit in the way. Okay, there we go. So now we're going to have the trials and tribulations of trying to cross land. With all of this stuff. No root canal, okay. Oh, Arabia just got banned. And unless it's to Germany, it doesn't matter. Melbourne, go. Come on. 594 tourism per turn is about as good as we can do. Yes. Chairman Gustavus Adolphus of Sweden. Our people are now buying your blue jeans and listening to your pop music. I worry the rest of the world will also succumb to the influence of your culture. Might take the rest of the game for those musicians to get there. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of military in the way. Oh, they just got out the way. Oh, man. We've kind of got a chance here. There's a free run. Just going to free tech lasers, I guess, for stealth. With rationalism. In case we need to do stealth, I guess we'll free tech it. And we can build the Great Firewall now in the capital. Build me a bomber, something. I'm actually just going to automate all these workers because I can't really be bothered to manage them. I'm just going to press A on them all and see what they get up to. Sweden stole plastics. Oh my god. Sweden. We've lost IF again. We want to buy the musician in Real Canal when we get the chance. Alright, well, let's hope Germany doesn't build the Great Firewall. If he's not building it in Berlin, though, we're kind of good. And we might just settle a city and give it away to Germany for this other musician. Yeah, he's not building. He seems to be working research. Armory. Arsenal. Can we just settle a city and give it to Germany? Like right on the deer would work. Settler. Alright, yeah, see, because we can now make our way down here. And just get in. There we go. How many turns do we need? 33. And we've got everybody now. We've got Greece next turn. And we've got plus 1,000 per turn on Germany, so we're catching up. Harun al-Rashid stole more land. We'll take IF again. Oh, really? Okay, we need to give a lot of gold there. Yeah. We've got another scientist. Rocketry, okay. Let's get this settler down here. Castle into military academy. In there. Concert tour. 2,495 towards familiar. Now we only need 27 turns with Germany. Alexander the Great of Greece. He doesn't even have like a title. Our people are now buying your blue jeans and listening to your pop music. I worry the rest of the world will also succumb to the influence of your culture. I don't. Not in the slightest. Get one road. Where's a worker? I've just sent all of my workers automated themselves and just ran off. They're all miles away. Building like random trading posts on the edges of the empire. I'm just going to build a worker and have him build a road to this like new German city that we're about to found for Germany. Oh, we can't get in now because he's put his archaeologist in the way. He knows, Germany. He knows. As long as we get the Great Firewall, we've won this. Yeah, pro-Germany strats. Like, look at this. FJS4, welcome to the stream. Put his archaeologist in the way. Oh, he's got out of the way now. It's a critical mistake, Mr. Germany. 2,495 again. We've just completed the Manhattan program. We're now 34 turns away from Germany all of a sudden. Oh, something's finished. A trade route is finished. That's why. Build ourselves a bomber or something. Just going to build some bombers. So our trade route finished. This one. Just going to Germany. Dusseldorf. And then we just need to purchase this musician. First, we need to get the worker out. And then musician. There it is. Don't need to settle the settler this turn. Letting Richard Wagner play in Germany. Exactly what Wagner, I guess. Welcome to the stream, Operator Semi-Group. Well, we're doing it. We're going to give it our best shot. 21 turns away. I mean, I don't like the prospect of next turning for 21 turns, but I will set all of our cities to research and just relentlessly kick next turn if I have to. Social policies. Oh no, naval tradition for happiness. UN, just to keep voting for ourselves. It's to make sure Germany doesn't win the World's Congress. Just wait. All of these Semal Erkin. I am actually just going to queue research everywhere now. I mean, might as well build the CN Tower or something, but everywhere that's finishing a bomber, I'm just going to queue research. This is getting intense as Raptor Crasher. I know. Fortunately, we're ahead in tech. Last time I did this, I was behind in tech. It's different when you're ahead, because you know you've got time. Although Bismarck has done a booster. But we're actually not the furthest away from stealth. And we got the Great Firewall, which is good. No world leader was chosen. There's our road connected. And so now we can just go to stealth. It's 8 turns. Do we have a scientist somewhere? Not yet. It's coming in 6 turns. So now I think the goal is just up to 608. 21 turns away. So now I think the goal is... Yeah, it's a shame we don't have shared religion. So I guess the goal now is to settle the city, give it to Germany, and then just walk our musician in. We'll settle our city of Noob 420. I would like my tiles back, thank you very much. And then... Elevator got him. And then we can give away our city of Noob 420 to Germany, who's willing to pay 5 gold per turn. 4 gold per turn. 3 gold per turn for Noob 420. And then we'll just stand in his territory. Send this to Babylon for production. Keep buying his Lux, that's fine. He's already grown Noob 420. And got 2 aircraft in there. 2 German bombers. Oh my god. Noob 420 doesn't sound especially Babylonian. Yeah, an entire city for 3 GPT. Well, you know, it's Germany's the noob here. The Babylonian city of Noob 420. Concert tour, 2665. Alright, what do we need then? 15 turns. He's got 36,000 tourism. We've got no hope of ever generating another... Well, 11 turns. We're going to be done in 11. railroad. I guess we'll put a railroad down. And now we're just going to next turn till the end of the game because there's literally nothing else to do. Golden Age ended, but we're good. No need for a research agreement. Stealth in 4 turns. Bismarck's completed a second booster, which is a bit disconcerting. And then Harun al-Rashid's done a booster as well. Well, this is as best as we can do. Start just building railroads everywhere. We'll buy the next musician. I mean, we'll generate the next musician in No Route Canal. So we need to just build a railroad as best we can over there so that we can immediately walk into Germany's territory and Great Musician Bomb. We don't want Germany to accidentally win the World's Congress. So I would quite like to keep buying IF back. 325 influence needed. We've been denounced by Germany now. We've still got... Oh man. We've actually only got 5 turns left of open borders after that denunciation. Germany's now ally of IF again. Harun al-Rashid launched a sneak attack. Where? I guess it's just started to move. Well, if you don't mind, would you declare war on Germany? No, he won't. And I guess Germany won't declare war on him now? Oh, Germany actually will declare war on him. Lol. It's like 4 gold per turn to get Germany to declare war on Arabia. I request you drop a nuke on Noob 420. We don't actually even have the tech yet. Yeah, I know. I could declare war to enter his borders, and I will if it comes to it. Which means we do need to get an infantry over here to block. I know what Greece is doing. He's actually not at war with anyone. He's also the only AI that seems to like us right now. I mean, having Greece at war with Germany would be a good thing. Oh, we built the CN Tower, of all things. I mean, Apollo program, I guess. Get a free Great Admiral. Take some more happiness. And we've apparently got a population everywhere because we did the CN Tower. Vote for historical landmarks. Actually, we don't want sciences funding. Copernicus, we've now got stealth. I guess that means we should upgrade some stealth bombers. Choose research. Now we go for nukes. How many turns do we even have left of this game? Falling over Germany, are you sure? I'm sure that's not true. Feels like it's probably just a glitch. We're like 8k behind. Noob 420 might die. Yeah, Greece's friendly modifier. It means, yes, I've launched a sneak attack on you. Probably. Maybe Germany will war him as well. He will actually do it for a little bit more. There we go. He's at war with Greece now too. We can carry on end turning. I want to see how many turns we are away, because I can't believe our open borders is going to fail us just before this musician comes out. But we might not need it. And at least we've got the Great Firewall. CN Tower constructed for IF. Cool. We've got 400 influence with them. Oh, sciences funding actually passed. No, that's fine. You're building railroads here. Noob 420 is actually dying. He is a Noob 420. Right, what are we looking at? Yeah, it's 13 turns in Germany. I would like to get open borders again, but he has denounced us. I mean, their 68 GPT might be enough. Also, if Noob 420 dies, we're going to have to give him another city. So perhaps I'm going to get another settler quickly. We'll have to settle this city out here and call it like Doge 69 or something. Let's Let's move that there. And we've got this like stacked unit. I mean, we're just going to use the writer. We've got so much culture just coming out of our noses at this point. 12 turns with Germany still. We'll see if we can get open borders again. Yeah, exactly. I'm just going to do another. FGS Will says, I'd settle close to where the musician will be. Yeah, well, the musician will be in no root canal, but like where can we put a city down here? Oh no, maybe we can put one right next to Fustat or something. But I feel like here's about as close as I can get. Bismarck's completed another booster. How many's he done now? He's got 3. Oh, it could be a while before he gets the next set. But yeah, there isn't really anywhere to put the city apart from there. I'll take maritime infrastructure now. It's quite a quick run over anyway, in fairness. And I'm building railroads over there as best I can. Oh, yep, New 420 has been lost. Yeah, they might raise Noob 4. I hope so. It's just in resistance for 1 turn. Apparently, people like Noob 420. It's a good city because it's next to oil. Okay, we've lost our open borders. Time to see if we can pay like 1 million gold per turn for open borders again. We've got 80 GPT, Mr. Germany. No, we can't do it. So we're going to have to war him at some point and musician. We're 18 turns away all of a sudden now because we lost open borders. Oh man, really? Oh, I mean, what can we do here? There's not a lot we can do apart from what, like building a nuke, buy a nuke. I've bought a nuke. Probably they like the unique name of Noob 420, yeah. Alexander's afraid of us. I don't want to friend him because Germany might matter. Sometimes the threat of a nuke will sort of give us positive diplomatic relations. So I'm trying it. Can we get embassies? Did I give away our own embassy?
Ich kann wohl nicht anders. Das ist inakzeptabel. Das ist inakzeptabel.
Like, do you reckon we could give away a city? And we bought a nuke. Is the sequel to the film We Bought a Zoo. Lol. There we go. Well, we can move it to Real Canal. What? Why can't I move the nuke anywhere? Oh, because I bought it this turn. Okay, that's fine. I'll build one as well. We can have a nuclear arsenal. Start railroading everything. We can get a railroad on here and then it's a quick, easy swim out and we can just hold the settler here. 59 happiness, by the way. 14 turns for Germany. Rather annoying. Nuclear fire is quite bright. Oh, Germany wants to be friends. Yes. Does that mean you'll do open borders now? They fear our great might. See, this is why you build, if you can afford it, this is why you build the Manhattan Project and buy a nuke. Because he's now afraid of us, which might get open borders back. See, look, he's willing to trade crabs now. So that must be a good thing. So can I get open borders? He still doesn't see a way to make it work. No, maybe we can just like give him Akkad. OJB says, oh, it's the nuke. I thought it was the 6 GPT. It's the nuke. An artist has been born. We just need to golden age that now. I mean, I guess we never really did try to reinvestigate this theming bonus with Hermitage, but there isn't anything available. And we moved the atomic bomb to Real Canal. And we've got this cargo. Where's it going? It's going somewhere that died, I guess. This is so pointless. Like, why do we have to wait 13 turns with Germany? Because he's up to 43,000. Like, what is the point? Oh, we've been denounced. I thought we were just... I thought he just denounced us.
Macht schon.
He'll actually do this now. Boom. We've got open borders with Germany again. Just after he denounced us. Yeah, I tried everything, Nizef. I even tried to nuke him to bring him to the bargaining table. Yeah, sure. Somehow he's just accepted it. He denounced us, so I asked for it, and he just accepted it. Like, what? We've now got 26 turns of open borders. And a musician to come next turn. There we go. So we get this musician into the water as close as possible. Because what we don't want to do is give him the city and have him lose it before we can walk our unit over. That would be pretty daft. I don't even know what to do. We've got an engineer somewhere. I don't even know what to do with it. Archimedes can just wait. Nanotechnology. Vote for Babylon again in the world leader thing. We are increasing our nuclear stockpile. Okay, apparently we've got to get this engineer out. Underneath the infantry. Bismarck is really crushed after losing New 420. Forgive him for being erratic. Yeah. Yeah, I know. If you count the 6 gold per turn, it only costs you 9 GPT and open borders to get his open borders. Yeah, I think... Somehow I think it was the nuke. Like, just putting it out there. It is clear to all that you are a wise and mighty ruler. I ask that you might also be compassionate towards those like myself who are weak. I'm pretty sure it was the nuke. We're only going to give away the city to Germany the moment we're ready to send our musician in. Because we don't want him to lose another city. Oh, we've been declared war on by Sweden. I mean, that doesn't matter. I don't even know where his units are. Oh, Alexander's giving us all the oh great one. Well, oh, we've been declared war on by Arabia too. Well, we've got stealth bombers. I don't really know. Okay, we lost a pikeman. But we do also have 2 nukes. Well, well, well. So we need to settle this city. And then Germany. Would you like the city of Doge 69?
Also, raus damit. Und?
Any deal we suggest would result in an unfair advantage for you. You know what? He's got it right.
Das kann doch nicht euer Ernst sein. Das kann doch nicht euer Ernst sein.
This...
Das kann doch nicht euer Ernst sein.
3 gold per turn. Really? Doge 69 is worth like 2 gold per turn? Germany, I feel like we need to drive a better bargain here. He looks so mad. Just give it to him for free. I got 2 gold per turn from him, Nizef. What's the deal here? I might as well build an XCOM, I guess. Or like another nuke. I mean, just saying, we can now nuke Noob 420. If we wanted to. Although I really don't want to start the whole nuking thing right now. We've got another nuke. So I guess we should build some units. Paratrooper. 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 No nukes. We really want to. You need to missile it into the ground, I know. Now we need to do is hope that he doesn't lose Doge 420 or Doge 69 in a turn. Raptor Crasher says hi. Hello, Raptor Crasher. He does look quite mad. I mean, I guess we should move some infantry forward so that we don't lose Akkad. And this atomic bomb, send nukes, please. Only when the great musician is about to sail into German territory. It has to be over the end turn, doesn't it? So I guess it's next turn we'll do a nuke. We've got bomb shelters everywhere anyway. Nizef, what are you stressing about? We've got a nuclear submarine protecting it. $204 turns. What? When did we lose half the hit points on no root canal? Oh, we got nuked. We got nuked in no root canal. So how does this work? One turn with Germany, apparently. Retaliate. I think we have to retaliate. Stressing about the great musician, he can catch a cold or something and be unable to perform. Yeah, look, we do have a bomb shelter, so it's fine. But at the same time, I want to get rid of whatever this is on the boat. We got this like nuclear submarine now. We do have a nuke. Where can we put it that would be quite useful? Like, we could drop one on this fleet if we wanted to. Right in there. And we could also drop one, I mean, I guess in some of these units and get Kufa at the same time. Oh, that didn't actually die. Right. Yeah, I hit the fleet. The unit didn't actually die, but seems to be okay. We might just win next turn. As long as we don't lose our capital, I guess it's okay. A nuke into Noob 420 seems to be the most tactical option to me. The city is clearly valuable. Yes, it's true. It's a very valuable city. This army is back again. I believe he nuked us, but this is exactly why we built bomb shelters. Nearly lost Akkad, which I wasn't really concentrating on because Akkad got nuked as well. And we won.
You have achieved
Tourism victory.
The awesome power of your culture. Your civilization's great.
Well, that was a bit messy at the end.
Of its monument and the power of
We know that AI is always right.
astounded the world.
Lol, yeah.
Will honor you for as long
GG, well, we got it.
Gladness.
Tourism victory achieved. Finally done it. We failed about 3 games in a row for various weird circumstances on stream, but we finally got a tourism victory. Turned 206 on Deity difficulty. Straight chaos in the endgame indeed. Anyone who's watching on YouTube, by the way, thank you very much for watching. If you like this video and you would like to, please do leave a like if you would like to. It greatly helps the video and the channel out, so much appreciated. If you have any comments about the game at all, you can leave it in the comment section down below. And if you want to hear about more uploads from me, you can always hit the subscribe button too. Thank you very much for watching, anybody who's watching back later on YouTube. I'll see you next time.